He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, every day I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. I gotta give it 100%, nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won this done.
I'm going full speed, I just pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, at the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness, I was made for more. I got my focus sure, heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now, there ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud, they try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny, the truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hey, hey. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the rush, it'll get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's the jungle outside, tell me who can tame a beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smacks in the face. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go.
That's why. Yes, sir. Illinois, you know what it is. We off the ground with this one. G3, how you supposed to compete with a beast? These boys all capped, they ain't deep in the streets. We outside in the field with the cleats. Me over beasts is like teeth in the meat. Flesh in the bone, God testing it strong. As weak as you are, you can get in my zone. If I was you, I just watch my tone. If I was you, I just watch my throne. Like they them, don't play him. Top flight running all night to the AM. Check a bag like a clerk when they pay him. Any foes of the pose, I would slay them. See, I knock it at the park like a slugger. Yeah, the top lonely, but I love her. I'm a boss when it comes to this here. Pop plus shit, started with
Yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park. Leaving nothing unfinished, hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me, oh no. When I swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down, ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing now. Swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone.
This one is fastened inside. All in the dirt when we slide. October moon bring the tide. Light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Ride, whole team on deck when I call. You cross the line of foul ball. We clearing the bitches up, brawl. Light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Ride, big man, the boat on my shoulders. War paint the face of my soldiers. You got hands for what you can't hold us. Coming back for all of they odors. Floored out the engine, she screeching. Crawled out the bed, but she reaching. I talk the talk, look up, preacher. I knock it out to the
Yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park. Leaving nothing unfinished, hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me, oh no. When I swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down, ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing now. Swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone.
I can feel the earth shake. Chaos around me. So many enemies. They all surround me. They out for blood and revenge. Rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense. But I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. On my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12 gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. On my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, y'all know me, y'all never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you're trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I'll take the wind of glory on mine. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. The world will know I'm do or die. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. When it's all you got and it's all you want, you don't back down, you don't ever stop. You climb to the top, let the whole world know just how far you go. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder. If I say it louder, can you hear me now? I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Had to pay my debts, was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. could rise. Had to break to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Powerful. Feeling the burn deep in my chest. It's all in my tongue. I'ma give it my best. So don't overthink it. Enough is enough. The moment is now, yeah. Gotta keep up. 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 I'll carry the fire. I'm bringing the heat. It's my only desire. Yeah, you know what I mean. To the top of the mountain. We ready to go. There's no doubt about it. We're taking control. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Yeah, we shift in the shadows. Armed with the ammo. Midnight Marauder, ignite the drama, rewrite the saga. Looking for trouble, you found it. Breaking the silence, now crown it. Lost in the dark, you're surrounded. The wolves are hell and our stomachs are growling. Work hard, work hard, work hard, work hard.
I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
You better D up, before you get smoked, I'm taking the ball, I have it to go. I've been in my bag, you've been in the trash, just move to the back, 'cause I'm on the move, come through like a truck, I'm cracking the barrel, you're front of the back, yeah. I can taste victory, yeah, we about to make history. Just give me the ball, I won't let it fall, we about to light it up from the window to the wall.
This the culmination of all my hard work. Them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick. Tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck purpose and nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won this time.
I'm going full speed. I just pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed. At the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed. At the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed. At the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
That's why, yes sir. Illinois, you know what it is. We off the ground with this one. G3, how you supposed to compete with a beast? These boys all capped, they ain't deep in the streets. We outside on the field with the cleats. Me over beasts like teeth in the meat. Flesh in the bone, got testing it strong. As weak as you are, you can get in my zone. If I was you, I'd just watch my tone. If I was you, I'd just watch my throne. Like they them, don't play him. Top flight running all night to the AM. Check a bag like a clerk when they pay him. Any foes of the pose, I would slay them. See, I knock it at the park like a slugger. Yeah, the top lonely, but I love her. I'm a boss when it comes to this here. Pop plus shift, out of real
Knock it out the park, knock it out the park, leaving nothing unfinished. step to the plate, hear you singing now. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. You'll be going, long, gone.
This one is fastened inside, all in the dirt when we slide. October moon bring the tide, light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Right, whole team on deck when I call. You cross the line of foul ball, we clearing the benches up, brawl. Light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Right, big man, the boat on my shoulders. War paint the face of my soldiers. You got hands for what you can't hold us. Coming back for all of they odors. Floored out the engine, she screeching. Crawled out the bed, but she reaching. I talk the talk, look up, preacher. I knock it out to the
yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park. Leaving nothing unfinished, hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me, oh no. When I swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. You'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down, ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing now. Swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter, swing. You'll be going, long gone.
I can feel the earth shake, chaos around me. So many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do could rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI!
Hello everyone and welcome back to Vancouver, Canada for day 5 of MSI 2025. There they are, the local heroes, FlyQuest, looking to take it to anyone's legend from the LPL. Igniting the fire within is definitely something that these two teams want to do as we get some absolutely priceless signs on the camera as well. I'm joined here at the desk with Emily and with Azale. My name is Shox, and I'm really happy to have such a balanced LPL/LTA.
Yeah, we're at war today, apparently.
I love the LPL, but I have been known to cheer for NA teams from time to time.
Honestly, this is the best of both worlds for me because, like, regardless of which team wins, I'll be super, super excited. By contrast,
FlyQuest to win more, right, Emily?
Also,
Already
must
feeling
be
some
nice.
pressure
Must
over
be
here.
nice. I don't know what that feels like. Let's take a look at the bracket on that note, because yesterday the bracket stage was kicked off by Gen G and G2. And after the first game, I think Gen G woke up and chose violence.
Either FlyQuest win today, or we intentionally lose. We never lose, by accident here, and drop to the lower bracket for a content match here with G2. So
Absolutely.
it's win-win. Either we get a banger upset, or we get NA versus EU.
Crazy. Gen G is now kind of a raid boss up there in the upper bracket, and obviously G2 the raid boss in the lower bracket.
The trash mob in the lower bracket.
That's how that goes. So that brings us to today. Let's talk about Anyone's Legend a little bit. Emily,
Yes.
I'll let you do it because they have quite an interesting story, because many people who only watch internationals may not know who they are.
Yeah, you maybe know a few of these players, in particular Flandra and Tarzan, right? But in looking at their road to get here, I was so thrilled that AL did actually manage to pull this off, right? So they actually came completely through the upper bracket, did not drop a match, and then had, their grudge match, Tabe's grudge match versus BLG. I think Flandra, this is a team of almost misfits, right? Like Flandra, everyone's like, oh man, you're getting old. Like JDG's like, you're gone, right? We're replacing you with someone younger. Hope has been replaced by Viper and Ruler in his tenure.
Shanks was on that
WE
disaster team.
And WE moved on from him as well, and then him and Hope both came over to Anyone's Legend. But this is a team that is greater than the sum of their parts. I feel like every single player on it has a chip on their shoulder.
Absolutely agree, and they've already proven some things clearly by winning the LPL. Tarzan had been to 6 straight finals, which he had lost all of. This was his 7th final. He finally was able to get that title, which I think was so incredibly well deserved. To me, coming into the finals, he was the best player in the world to have never won a title, and now he finally has that accomplishment.
I think Tarzan is one of those junglers like Canyon that every jungle kind of looks up to for what they do. And when we talk about this Anyone's Legend roster, it came a little bit out of nowhere, right? And Tarzan and Flandre really kind of completed the puzzle, Emily, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think the two things to watch for this team, jungle support is massive, right? So Tarzan and Kyle work really, really well together, and I think that's super important. And then Flandra just brings, it's actually really funny how similar these teams are. I actually think of him as a similar role as Bwipo plays for FlyQuest, where he brings some spice to the top lane and pushes lanes out.
That could be very interesting today, but the jungle, of course, as well. We have to give as much praise to Inspired as we do to Tarzan, and they are our featured matchup today.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, it's two junglers with something to prove as Inspired takes on Tarzan. Tarzan enters the first MSI of his long career, having finally reached the mountain top. Tarzan had made 6 domestic finals in the last 8 years, and he had lost every single one until now, finally getting over the hump in lucky number 7 by carrying AL with his monstrous Jungle Z pocket pick. Unlike Tarzan, Inspired has no shortage of domestic hardware, with many accolades to his name across NA and EU, but his white whale looks a little bit different. FlyQuest were just 1 win away from securing one of the greatest upsets of all time against Gen G at Worlds last year. He's hungry to get that job done after coming so close in 2024. Will Tarzan and Anyone's Legend start their climb to another surprise final, or will Inspired and the LTA North champions seal the deal on that long-awaited upset?
When we talk about Inspired, he's such a key player on this team. He can flex his playstyle depending on what FlyQuest need him to do. He's absolutely the engine of this team. You always hear him in comms. You always hear him immediately retroing everything they do. It cannot be underscored what an important role he plays for this FlyQuest squad.
I mean, they're both absolutely incredible. I want to take a little bit of time to talk about Tarzan and to highlight what I believe may just be the most impressive individual performance in a team fight I've ever seen in League of Legends. And it was from Tarzan. It is game 4. It is match point for him. He had lost 6 straight finals. He locks in Zed, by the way. And this is the fight at the Herald that, to me, decided the game. As you note, it's not like he's ahead. He is even. I want you to keep your eyes on Tarzan right here in this fight on the Zed, and then also the enemy Rakan, as well as Knight on the Cassio here, to watch how much he's going to avoid and how well he plays this fight. Let's begin to roll. So eyes on Tarzan as he's walking forward. forward. He's going to backstep the Casio Q. Then On comes over the wall there, looking for the engage. He forward walks, is able to dodge that, immediately turns around, dodges the Casio wall, then Rakan is looking for him with his own ultimate to charm him up. He uses the death mark onto Elk to be able to dodge that. Absolutely insane. Now, from this position, he knows the feathers are going to be coming out, so he can't stay in this zone. That is going to be incredibly dangerous. So instead, he goes down. He looks to attack Bin here and attack the other side of the fight. But Elk is repositioning, and he's going to look for a flash feather pull onto Tarzan. Watch the reactions. He shadows back to his ulti shadow to dodge that, then moves forward, E-flash, kills off the AD carry. This is insane. If you saw a fight like this, that any one of a couple different plays happened, this would be on highlight rolls forever. Like, this blows the Faker what was that play out of the water. It is nuts to actually see someone who has dodged 4 or 5 critical CCs in the same fight, gets a quadra kill on set jungle in the finals. Like, what?
When that vein here, when that vein is popping, you know that you're on fire. I love it. Thank you for showing that to us, because also kind of on a jungler and it being Zed, and it being Tarzan with that mental load of having lost those finals, I think it's absolutely phenomenal, and maybe it's a taste of what we're gonna see here at MSI.
I hope not.
So let's start talking about FlyQuest then, because okay, let's just throw it out there. These first round matchups are difficult for the Western
Insanely
teams.
hard.
Yeah. Is the general consensus that FlyQuest should be the team that has the best cards to even beat one of these first round matchups?
I mean, I think it's this, or I actually think MKOI BLG has the potential for that just as much as this matchup, because AL and Fly, I think, play or are designed a bit similarly. But Fly, it can't be understated how, like, I guess not even quietly, but how well FlyQuest was able to perform previously at Worlds, and I think that's kind of where everyone's like, okay, if this team plays up to their potential, they are very dangerous.
So what's better? Because you're right, they were the best Western team last year. How have they improved?
I mean, I think you have to give a lot of credit to not just Masu, but to Busio as well, and also to Cloud9, because they were their main opponents throughout the entire split. You know, their final was incredible to watch, but it wasn't just the final. It started in the positioning phase. Top 2 teams played for first seed. Then they went into the group phase. They both topped their groups. They play for who's going to be the #1 seed in the upper bracket. They play in the upper bracket finals. They then play again in the grand finals. These teams battling against each other all split long have made each other better. Masu and Busio are such complete players now, and I think Busio in particular, I am really expecting great things from him this international tournament, because he plays the map so well. He plays like a true veteran support.
What is this?
This is another crazy
NA, baby.
It was so funny listening to Inspired in the post-match interview talking about how they were already discussing whether this or the Minion win over TL was crazier for their finals finish.
So they're clutch.
They are clutch. I mean, absolutely. And, you know, it was Inspired making that final call for the double TV, but even before that, Busio, immediately after they lost the fight in the base, he says, is there an angle to end? Can we actually look for it here? And he really has been evolving.
I love that, and I feel like that's also some of the things we saw last year, right? Daring to go for certain picks that you haven't seen yet, certain moves, certain fights. But we also have to talk about the Canadian elephant in the room.
Of
Not
course.
you, Masu.
The other one, the goat.
Yeah.
I can be the elephant, he's the goat.
Okay.
This is Masu's family tweeting this out. His dad is tweeting this out, talking about how proud they are of him. And if you do not already know about his family, they are so supportive. It is incredible to see. They are joining up to all watch the games in FlyQuest jerseys with the Masu jerseys. And they are saying, we are waiting for you on Masu's home turf. The entirety of Canada is watching. There's some of his family there. You already know Vancouver's going to have his back. We're cheering for the home crowd today. Masu's going to make it happen.
Yeah, and I think Masu's improvement overall has been stellar, in addition to the fact that he was kind of the shining light even when FlyQuest were struggling at MSI last year, right? They had a poor showing there, stepped it up in Worlds, but he has consistently, since he stepped on the international stage, I think really been impressive.
Yeah, I think he really like blossomed last year, we have to say, putting up those performances. Is that really what it comes down to for FlyQuest, not just in this matchup, but this MSI? You feel, how can they now take everything they've learned, all those clutch moments they've been through, and make it work here?
Absolutely. I mean, the reality is, to take down a team like AL or Genji, you have to play at your absolute peak to be able to have that chance, and that is what we are looking for them today.
And that is what Masu wants to do. He wants to make his family and all the fans proud, and we were able to catch up with him earlier, how important it is to play in Canada with the family in attendance in the Verizon Game Day interview.
It feels really good to represent LTA in Canada, especially because it's my home country. A lot of my family lives here, and a lot of my friends that I went to school with or that I knew since I was younger. So it's just a lot easier for them to come here and watch the games. So it makes it even more special for me, and it makes me really want to give them a good performance so they have like a memorable event. I can't help but feel the pressure of wanting to do good in front of my family just so I can make them proud. My mom, Lana, and Yuyu, I hope, and my dad, of course, even though he's watching from home and he might come later. I hope you guys really enjoy watching me play. I hope you can see the support that you gave me and the work that you put in has brought something back to you, and I hope to do well for you.
Oh my God.
That gets me, man.
If they win today, I don't think there's going to be a dry eye in the house. Unbelievable. But let's see how the fans have voted in our MasterCard GG, at MasterCard GG on X, and who they are calling the match for today. Let's take a look. They have a pretty good success rate, I think. Okay, 67.7% in favor.
They're wrong a quarter of the time.
Maybe, who knows? Do you think that's fair assessment or not?
I mean, AL is definitely the favorites. You know, as far as the odds, I think I would give FlyQuest a bit more of a chance. Maybe it's more like 60-40 in my mind.
We'll see your predictions in just a second, but for everyone voting from home, your track record is 75% correct. Currently, you can vote every day at mastercard.gg on X to lock in your predictions as well. So with 1 minute left on the clock, I'd love to know who my desk predicts to win. Who's gonna start?
All right, I'll go first because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get booed. I agree with the assessment that I think FlyQuest do have to play at their best and AL have to play a little bit under their potential. I also think these two teams can play very similarly, and in a lot of those cases, the better team does win, and I do think AL are the better team, so I'm going AL 3-1.
I agree, AL is the favorites on paper, but every time we go international, we have these upset moments, and I do feel like if there is a time for FlyQuest to do it, the meta is wide open. It's the beginning of the tournament. I think that they can get advantages potentially in draft, and I do think we saw that they have the ability to take down these top teams like Gen G. So I'm going to predict the upset. I got to go for it. FlyQuest, we'll see if they can make it happen. I hope they can make a believer out of all of us.
I know, you're already a believer, and they're going to turn everyone here into a believer if they win. FlyQuest versus anyone's legend right now.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark at night.
Good evening, Vancouver. Please join me in welcoming the champions of the LTA North FlyQuest, and for the first time on the international stage, the LPL's Anyone's Legend. And here we are, North America represented on this Canadian stage for the first time, taking on the first seed from the LPL. Kobe, how are you feeling?
Oh man, I am so excited for this one. I personally love being the underdogs, so that just gives me more excitement here for FlyQuest. This team really started to make people believe last year at MSI, but then also last year at Worlds, pushing Gen G to 5 games. And I was really, really happy when FlyQuest announced that they were keeping the entire roster together this year so that they could build and improve on what we saw last year for this moment. Yeah, back on another MSI stage.
I mean, last year at MSI was a little bit of a failure for FlyQuest, getting knocked out in planes, but as you say, Worlds was great. They're one of the teams with the longest standing rosters currently in League of Legends as well, or at least on the world stage, as you say, because they kept that roster together. The question is it enough to take down anyone's legend, who, even if you haven't heard about them because as a team they haven't been on the international stage before, they have a lot of very well-known names on this roster.
They certainly do. Of course, it is going to be a really, really uphill battle, but it's going to be an exciting one to watch. A lot of people, of course, really focused on jungle. Tarzan with his Zed play, winning finals MVP, going up against Inspired, who was our MVP in North America of the finals as well as the entire split. And both of them being such big communicators and big leaders for their team as well, has got to be an all-star matchup.
Yeah, I think jungle support is really where my eyes are going to be, and obviously the rest of the map is going to be explosive as well. Bwipo into Flandre. We saw an interview from Flandre just the other day talking about how Bwipo is the Western player he is most excited to play against because Bwipo brings out these unique picks, and I think when we get into draft, it's going to be really interesting to see how things switch up.
Yeah, 100% agree. Draft here should be crazy. Tabe is really well known for his creativity, as is FlyQuest. Plus, you mentioned it, you know, jungle and support. Yeah, Busio, last time at MSI, it was a rough tournament for him, but he has improved so much since then, last year at Worlds as well as this year in North America. So very excited for him to get to show up on this stage as well. And let's get right into that draft. So far here, targeting Quad's specific Cassiopeia pick. Now, that might signal that Shanks does want to go for his Rise. Very, very popular pick for him. Very, very good at it. And Quad, of course, he is known to be a very good Cassiopeia player, so sometimes trying to open that up.
I think it was banned against FlyQuest in around 65% of their games in the LTA North, so not really surprising that anyone's legends don't want to put it on the board for game one. Poppy, the final ban from FlyQuest. They've got rid of Twisted Fate and Vi. Tabe and anyone's legends have removed the Varus, the Cassio, and the Azir. Talia is the immediate first lock for AL.
Yeah, huge priority pick right there. Snatches it up. What's going to be our answers here for FlyQuest? So much available in game number one. Bwipo already smiling. Of course, they are red side, so probably going to leave his pick for last.
It's an early Orianna. Lee Sin hovered by Inspired. Canyon had an absolute storm over performance on it yesterday.
Sure we did.
I will say we haven't seen it from Inspired yet this year. We have seen Nidalee from FlyQuest, but it tends to err up towards the top side rather than in that jungle role.
All right, and so the AD jungler of choice this time around, with all of them really available here, is the Pantheon. And I do like this one a lot because you want to break up Talia Pantheon. That is a very powerful combo, but it does give you some global to answer. The problem with it a lot of times, though, is that it is hard to operate over Talia rocks. The E is just so powerful, so sometimes it can make it annoying for Pantheon, you know, who does rely on the jump for his stun. But we'll see if Inspired can work around that.
It's often just really hard to get into range of that Talia. Now, with the Rumble locked in already for anyone's legend, we are looking towards that counter pick for Bwipo. Something that FlyQuest have in their arsenal is Bwipo's unique picks. Galio into Rumble, not too unique, but still a very strong pick in that top lane matchup.
Yeah, definitely one of the most common up here, and one that they have used before, so the Galio pick here to answer the Rumble, and again, that is going to be 2 globals now for them, 2-1. Let's see as we get down to the bottom lane here, though. Everything, again, still on the table. With the Rumble long range here, you know, maybe they want to index into some Jhin or something like that for Hope. They definitely need some more CC and some structure on that team there for AL.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. They have a good poke, they have an okay engage, but really they're looking for a little bit of range from their AD carrier, then obviously something powerful in terms of engaging from their support role. I wonder if maybe they'll look to get rid of the Rakan, because I look at Orianna, Pantheon, Galio, Rakan, that's a very strong all-in combination if FlyQuest can get it. Instead, AL will ban out the Lucian to kick things off. Alistair removed by FlyQuest.
Yeah, definitely a good ban there. Masu has proven that he deserves his Lucian card. As we whittle it down more too, something with mobility, trying to take away some of the extra safety possibilities there. Ezreal also is definitely a big one, still up.
The thing is, at this point, because both the bot lanes are open and because bot lanes can do quite a few different things in the meta right now, it's quite hard to actually predict exactly what these teams are going to ban away. I agree with you. Targeting out Masu with the Lucian is good. Targeting out Hope with the Kalista is good as well, especially with the safety that gives Kael in being aggressive. There's the Ezreal banned away from anyone's legend.
Yeah, I think good ban right there. All right, let's see. assuming we're just going to grab our AD carry here and save the support for final support counter pick. I mean, I guess, of course, technically we can leave it open. The Pantheon could be swapped over if they wanted to get really, really crazy here in game number 1. Definitely doubt that's going to be the case here, though. So let's see what Masu does want to go for. Like Kaisa, Misfortune, both available. Possible options. Oh, they are going to hide it even more.
I mean, I love the zone control this team fight has and the combo it has as well from FlyQuest. So getting the red early to pick it away from anyone's legend as well kind of makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Deny that from Kael. That is a big denial there. Plus, since you're picking it early here in Fearless, not going to be ready for the rest of it. There you go, instant.
Xayah Rakan makes so much sense here.
Now you get your engage, your Rakan here, so quick with it.
And also, the Xayah has self-peel, which I think is so vital against this FlyQuest composition. They have great dive, they have really good one-shot potential, but a Featherstorm negates the majority of that if it's all funneled at the same time. Obviously, FlyQuest can use their tools a little bit more judiciously, but if they do go all in, it's hard for them to kill off this Xayah.
Yeah, and I think that FlyQuest probably should be looking to try and go some front to back. Problem is, of course, you know, Xin Zhao with the ultimate is kind of hard to get through, but there's no like true, really tanky champion on AL right now. So that might be the angle there for FlyQuest. If they can get some of those big wombo combos, don't tunnel too hard on like diving the Xayah and try and kill whoever is in front.
It's going to be an interesting matchup across the board here. Love what both the team comps are trying to do. I think both teams have actually gained the tools that they would usually like in a draft as well. The ability to initiate fights, the ability to disengage fights, and that's kind of what these two teams do best. I will note the Rumble for Flandre, 7-0 on the year. It is a very strong pick for the guy. And although the Galio is a bit of a counter in the laning phase, the Rumble can still do a lot of work if he gets even slightly ahead.
Yeah, especially because the two carries that he's playing into is the Orianna and the Senna there. So neither of them can just jump off your ultimate there for Rumble. Assuming as well, Rakan gonna try and keep him on. But here we go, Nuke Duck and Tabe. Starting it off here with draft number 1.
There's a certain energy in the room today with FlyQuest playing up in front of their Canadian fans with Masu's family in the audience as well. There's an electricity here in the Pacific Coliseum, and we'll see if FlyQuest can live up to that expectation that is building around them.
Yeah, I mean, that one, my eyes already started watering up, seeing his message to his family. And Masu really has been such a star for North America as soon as he joined the league, you know, winning Rookie of the Year and having good performances. You know, even though they did get knocked out of MSI last year, he still showed no fear on the international stage. And we're starting out with Whippo here taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Tarzan's going to chase him down. Whippo with a Justice Punch. Might have to burn the flash here. Shank's still on the chase as well. Whippo flashes into the pit, we assume, and Tarzan will chase him down. Whippo no tools to get away from this one. Tarzan charges forward and claims first blood.
Oh yeah, not fooling anybody with that one. That is a death and a flash. That is so big for AL. Now too, it really changes the Galio into Rumble matchup here. This is gonna be so difficult for Whippo to play out, even though he's gone for the phase rush, so you can try and do your trades and then use the phase rush to get away from Harpoon slows, but it's gonna be a vulnerability now. You really have to worry, is there going to be a Talia roam up there? Is there gonna be a gank from Tarzan?
And against a team like Anyone's Legend as well, who've been led by Tabe, you always have to worry because they're so good at finding those weaknesses.
Yeah, and they're showing on screen right now some of the success stories for Tabe. All these teams just get so much better so quickly when he joins them. First with RNG, double MSI victories for him, then with BLG, getting MSI second place, Worlds quarterfinals, and now with Anyone's Legend, going to back-to-back finals and winning in summer finals. This guy has such a good track record, really causing the teams he joins to jump up the standings.
Knockup onto Hope here. Ghost has been popped by Masu as he trades onto Kael, but should be fine here for the Anyone's Legend bot lane. He can sustain up through the Gleaming Quill if Kael manages to land that in the lane. Both bot lanes hit level 2 at the same time, so no force from either team.
Yeah, nothing quite yet. Whippo pushing in really quickly to try and get some deeper vision because he knows he could be a possible target. Of course, Tarzan started on the top side, so this is going to be a top-down clear for him. Maybe visit a little bit later. But the extra money for Tarzan also not spent. So isn't going to be combat extra power for him off of that level 1 just yet.
Does mean that he should be able to get towards his first item a little bit quicker. Often you want to go back for something like the pickaxe on those AD junglers. We'll see where he goes after his clear, or whether he looks for an early gank. Xin obviously very good at finding those early ganks, similarly to Pantheon. Both the junglers pathing towards the same side. And looks like Hope able to dodge away from the crash down from Busio. Masu unable to land the last rites. No root coming out, but both the heals used. In the end will just be a trade of summoners.
Okay, both answered here. Trading fairly effectively. Inspired looks mid first.
Pops the oracles. Obviously could see the outline of the Taliyah across the wall, but can't find much more. He's going to path towards the top side. Doesn't have push in bot, so it would be hard for him to contest that bot side Scuttle Crab.
Exactly. He's got no business down there on the bot side of the map. You know, they're running the Senna. The Senna, of course, scales fairly slowly after the nerf. We've seen some games so far here at the tournament, actually, with very low soul counts early on. So we'll keep track of how well Masu is able to stack that.
They're currently at 9. Usually you're looking for about 60 at 20 minutes. That's a good threshold to be at. Obviously really influenced by how much you lane against your lane opponents, right? If you're laning into top, if you're swapping consistently to get out of bad matchups, it's a lot harder to get those souls, even if it's a little bit easier for you to lane as a player. Quad taking a bit of a chunk, but Shanks will just path away. Quad should be able to farm up that wave underneath his tower.
All right, looked like Bwipo getting off his recall as well, and that flash timer still ticking down for him. So he actually avoids kind of the second clear there, where since Tarzan started on the top side, they're kind of aware he's going to be back up there at this timer. So it is nice to get that little swap out here. He's teleporting down for their swap.
Looks like Busio is going to stay around just to help get this wave pushed in. It keeps Hope and Kyle in the lane a little bit longer as well, so we have to see what that tempo mismatch does. Busio crashes down away. Hope and Kyle should be able to get the wave in. There's one more wave coming forward. They might want to try and push this in as well.
And I will say, the big thing, even though it wasn't on screen, if you look at the top minion wave, because Flandre up there on Rumble was able to shove that all the way into the turret, a lot of minions died there. So Masu is really going to be the one suffering during this swap. He missed out on a decent amount of those because of the timing where they go for it, and Flandre doing a good job there on Rumble.
Yeah, Flandre actually pathing back towards the top side here as well, so not going to invest his TP. That means there'll be a teleport advantage for anyone's Legend if they do want to fight around this Drake. You can see Bwipo recalling out a bot. I wonder if he's just going to path back towards top and we'll have the lanes swapped back to normality.
Yeah,
basically, looks like not.
Basically, the early gold lead is kind of those minions that we did see go down and kind of lost there, so he's got flash.
Shadowing Strike's going to land. Last Embrace coming out as well for the root, but as you say, he still has the flash. Jump onto Quad in the mid lane here as Kyle gets the knock-up with the Grand Entrance. We won't find much more. Just chunking out Quad is good when you're contesting an objective like the Drake.
And since FlyQuest have committed their duo up to the top side, of course they're making the call. We're not going to go anywhere near that. That is yours, Tarzan. That is yours, AL. Don't you worry about it. They should be well aware of the possibility of a cross map, and they are. So we do get the Spellbook Recon using teleport to go cover.
Unsealed Spellbook gives you so much more flexibility. The jump comes in, Inspired there. Flandre flashes away. Inspired flashes out of tower range, but Flandre is still alive. And Masu takes an extra tower shot. The spear not enough to pierce through Flandre's defenses, but Masu just needs an auto attack. Scrap shield. Busio will get it. FlyQuest on the board. The knockup though coming out from Kyle. The heal enough to keep Busio alive.
And it's a good dive there from FlyQuest. They make it happen, even with the flash there from Flandre. Looks like there's going to be no answer quite yet. Even though Taliyah wall is a possibility, they do it quick enough that Shanks can't go pick anything up afterwards.
Busio surviving by the skin of his teeth right there. I like the play from FlyQuest though. Giving up the Ghost on the Drake really early, deliberately playing towards that top side and juggling the aggro really well as well. Busio obviously almost falling, but let's have another look.
Yeah, Inspired, of course, the big shot caller for the team. He's the one that started out, as you say, just after the shield expires. Then, even though the flash pulls out, they had the root onto Flandre, and Inspired's able to hit one more Q there to get him low enough that the duo can then go finish it off. Even with his scrap shield, Busio, nice little flip over the back into the stun there. The extra tower shot, as you were saying, does force the heal again, but thankfully for them, you know, that had come back off of cooldown from the previous use.
Yeah, it looks like we have a slight bug with the
Yeah.
Summoner spells at the
That
bottom.
definitely was a heal.
That heal is definitely used from Busio, so don't let that deceive you. He's running Aftershock, not Unsealed Spellbook as well, so won't have that up for a little while time. Kyle now hitting level 6 alongside Hope. We have some grubs to play for in 5 seconds time. With anyone's Legend getting the first neutral on the board, they can get these grubs as well. They're well on their way to the Feats of Warfare.
They are a lot of really deep vision too. If you look at the mini map here for AL, yeah, invested a lot. Kyle here is a superstar for this team. You were talking about it at the very beginning, but jungle and support. Let's see Kyle himself actually.
Grifo pushing through the bot side with Inspired around the corner on this red buff as well. Tarzan's beginning to collapse. Flandre obviously no flash, puts the equalizer down. Inspired gets the smite, gets the red, and gets the Starfall, but the Crescent Guard will knock him back. Trying to get in range to get to this Blast Cone, but the chase will continue from anyone's Legend. The Blast Cone only knocks Inspired up, and down he goes as Tarzan gets his second.
Nice invade there from AL. Again, this is the kind of weak half of the map for FlyQuest since their duo is up on the top side. So nice little punish there from AL.
It's interesting from FlyQuest because it felt like they were expecting AL to go for the grubs, and so they're like, okay, we'll invade the red side, we'll steal this away, and then maybe we'll look for the dive on the Rumble. But they just didn't have enough vision control around that top side to know what AL were doing.
Yeah, and it's really good there from Kyle, from Tarzan here on AL to recognize, go trap him, and after that, then you have the luxury. You can go get the grubs afterwards.
You can. For the moment, though, FlyQuest still with a small gold lead. Likely through plate, although Whippo's farm, actually having a look at it right now, 84 to 58. Flandre having to deal with that 2v1 situation in the top side has struggled a little bit. Busio going in, here's the Grand Starfall as well, onto Tarzan. Good double seismic shove. Tarzan's going to jump onto Masu. Hope trying to join the fight as Tarzan heals up a little bit. Inspired still on the chase. The Shockwave pulls Tarzan back and it's an even scoreline at 2 for 2.
All right, so they get a kill, but again, the objective's already taken there for AL, so they already got the dragon, already picking up those grubs. Bottom side, another little bit of a fight. Just going to be a little damage exchange, though.
Flandre going overheated, still trading well onto Bwipo. Quad force out by Shanks again, that dreaded volley doing so much work, especially with the big one. Quad force underneath the tower here. You can see that Kyle is on his way across, but there's an Inspired in the vicinity. And Busio on his way up towards top as well to defend.
Yeah, it looks like after the respawn there too, Tarzan with his completed, wait a second, as we get a little scrapping here, but him up to the top side of the map too.
A lot of players on anyone's Legend in their first international tournament as well. Kyle and Shanks haven't been here before. Obviously Flandre, the most decorated player with that World's title back with EDG.
Yeah. And Tabe himself, too, as a player, got to play in Season 3 finals with Uzi. So he has had just such a long career, very illustrious. He even actually, at the very beginning, when NA was the only one with servers, he played on NA servers with us. He's been playing the game for a very long time, and he's kept his passion up that entire time. Meanwhile, though, back into this game. They still have their objective lead, but the gold fairly close because of that extra trap kill that they were able to grab. It's just that with the kills both being on Tarzan, a little bit more focused move here, and they have been able to complete his first item here.
But so has Inspired. They're both on Sundered Sky and those free boots. Only a single jungle snack really differentiating the two junglers right now, and only 150 gold lead for Tarzan over Inspired. Next Drake up in 10 seconds time, and you can see FlyQuest and anyone's Legend moving their bot lane into mid, trying to get control of this wave. The static shiv complete for Masu will help him push this out a little bit.
Here first.
Inspired is here first. Kyle looking for the grand entrance, dodges away with the battle dance and gets the second out as well, but Kyle low is good for FlyQuest. They can start to set up around the Drake once again.
A little chunk of damage here. It looks like the roam comes down really early from Shanks too. So if it is going to be an answer for Quad, he will have to invest his teleport.
There it is.
Going to have to do it early.
Kyle going into the pit, Inspired immediately jumps on him, and Kyle makes a hasty retreat, flashes away from the piercing darkness. The Weaver's Wall separates AL from FlyQuest. Not really the distinction you wanted to make. Shanks TPing away as FlyQuest take the Drake, even it out at one apiece.
Yeah, nice little moves from FlyQuest. It's first the setup play for them, Inspired there first, on that control ward in the brush, getting just a bit of a chunk of HP, and then the little check here, also forcing the flash and Masu investing the ulti, but the answer
Shanks does have flash here, but across the wall lies a quad, and he's going to flash straight into him. Quad with the shockwave will pull him back, and Inspired lies in wait in the jungle, claims the feat of warfare for FlyQuest.
Nice use of the global here, and it actually...
Grand entrance is going to land a knock-up here. Busio, the shield from the crash down already down. Masu coming across, can heal up Busio a little bit, and will force Tarzan and Kyle away.
FlyQuest playing the map well here, answering the moves from AL. Looks like he's just getting the minion wave here.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to kill Whippo, but Whippo might try and turn this one around. Doesn't really have a huge amount of mana and goes through his cooldowns without breaking through that scrap shield of Flandre.
Really nice to see for the best of 5 series here, though, with it going very closely here in FlyQuest. You want to answer a lot of these moves. Kyle here.
Unsword spellbook, boys. Yeah. That's what you can do with it. Kyle smites away the red buff. And yeah, as you say, actually a really close start to game 1. FlyQuest punching back as much as they are taking jabs. And for anyone's legend, they'll be okay with this situation, right? It's only small gold deficits. Rumble will still be able to do work, but I do want to give kudos to FlyQuest for how well they pushed Flandre behind in this early game.
And let's get back to what we were talking about in Champ Select, because anyone's legend, they don't have pure tank on their team, right? So they have to play around like Xin Zhao immunity or really quick plays there with Rakan. And FlyQuest already show a little bit of what we were talking about, where they won't over-focus on diving and they can try and go through frontline, you know, get chunks on the Rakan when he comes in, or maybe even Flandre. But it's going to be here first about these side lanes, because the tower's still fairly healthy throughout the Rift right now and hasn't really opened up yet.
No tower yet taken by either of these two teams. Next objective, the Rift held in 30 seconds time. You can see, once again, Kyle trying to get a little bit of vision around it, but this time FlyQuest have a bit of vision of their own. It is superficial. It's defensive is a better word for it, as it's mostly placed in their own jungle. Busio will step forward with Masu now that Inspired's on this side of the map, knowing he has a little bit of extra freedom because of the support that can come through. Inspired's ultimate about to come back off cooldown.
As they wait for it, the tension building and the arrival of that Rift Trail, fighting over the vision. That brush is always my most important objective to look for. Get that control ward in the brush through river. But Inspired actually plants himself yet again really early on brush vision.
Yeah, Shanks' spidey sense was tingling there, though. Immediately chucks a threaded volley into the bush as soon as Tarzan is in place to defend him. Center stack check, it's 41 right now at 15 minutes, which is very solid here from Masu. He's been farming those up well through this early game. As we said before, 60 at 20 is kind of the benchmark we expect from Elite AD carries, and Masu well on his way to that.
Yeah, it looks like kind of hover up halfway through the river too. You saw Bwipo moving there on the Galio, thinking they might have some sort of scrap, but after the vision just goes the other way, they do back off, goes right back to lane, and now Tarzan does start it off.
FlyQuest, as Busio has just finished his recall. And so anyone's legend do have an opportunity here to sneak this away before Busio can really join the fight. Whippo has TP, as does Flandre, but neither of the top laners investing it as of yet. Flandre about to recall. Masu looking for an engage. There's the Weaver's Wall, and anyone's legend will steal this away. The Grand Starfall onto the wrong side of it. Galio coming in with a hero's entrance as well. Hope pops the Featherstorm. Shanks putting damage down onto Inspired, but he's in a 2v1 at the top of the pit. Inspired falling low, so has 400 health to work with. Kyle going in as well, as Inspired gets the Sun to Sky Prop and will heal himself back up. He flashes over the back of the pit, and anyone's legend, you got the Rift held, but you don't get much else. Tarzan flashes in. Wind becomes lightning, and Bwipo becomes dead. And not Bwipo, Inspired becomes dead as Bwipo's on the chase. Tarzan forced back through the jungle and should fall here.
Yeah, I mean, he is trying to take it out like this on two sides.
1v1 Hope!
This is crazy! This fight got so spread out on two different sides, each of them going to the opposite side of the map. In the end, they do get Tarzan on the other side. FlyQuest collects so much money there in the back of the pit. So tanky, and you can see, we're gonna have to get the review there in the replay, because looking up on the pit there, you know, so much sustain. Inspired gaining so much time there in the back, stacking up the Conqueror, getting those Sundered Sky procs in the end, causing the flash there to have to be invested by Tarzan. But I want to now this time look at the bottom side of the play here, because Talia Wall did start it out to try and split them up, and that's why it was so split. Inspired and just Bwipo up on the top side with that Galio ultimate, getting that knock up, buying that time, and Shanks kind of trapped there in the back of the pit. But on the bottom side, they forced Hope's flash there, as Busio was able to move him off, and Inspired is able to gain some distance, but as you know, the flash answer is over the top. This just changes so much for the game, though. You know, as scrappy as it gets, that is a lot of money in kills, and FlyQuest do have a very good team fight.
It's 2,000 gold lead now for FlyQuest. They are in prime position in this game. Anyone's Legend did get the Rift Hold. The Drake, though, will be secured by FlyQuest. That's their second of the game. Bwipo so tanky here as well. And just coming back to that play around the Rift Hold, I want to give so much credit to Quad and to Busio. They distracted Hope and Kyle and Tarzan for so long. And you can see why people have some doubts in FlyQuest in this series. 25 to 68, the all-time win rate for NA versus the LPL. Yeah. They have won 1 series out of 8. That was back in 2019 MSI when... TL beat IG. Yeah. I was going to say CLG, but they got to the other side.
You should remember that one, because then you took us down very quickly.
Yes, but
afterwards.
As an EU caster, I tend not to think about 2019. Is my general way of being.
So definitely a lot riding on this. You know, a lot of pressure for both teams, honestly, here. FlyQuest, though, coming in underdogs with a lead, 2 dragons, and a very good kind of beefy team comp setup. And they've got a lot of options because of the extra globals that they do have. So once we do get towers down on the side lanes too, I think it should be okay for them.
20 minutes in, or 19, and still yet to see a tower fall is pretty ridiculous when you think about modern day League of Legends. Often we have those traded early on in the game. Still the Rift Hold in Tarzan's pocket if anyone's Legends want to force one of those towers down.
Yeah. Plus we have to mention here with anyone's Legends, you know, it is cool. Shanks at his first international. True. Kyle, I got very excited. I was like, oh, he's a superstar for the team. Maybe that's a little extreme, but he's very good for the team, and him being up here, you know, at an international, also really cool, because both of them have gotten close in the past, but...
Oh, goes in. Still a knock-up. There's the charm. Quickness coming out as well as Masu walks away. Busio getting charmed up, but in the end, Kyle and Hope will just disengage. The trade of summoners are just the quickness and the heal out from Busio.
All right, still stacking up. Masu here in the mid lane in Vancouver. Very good start to the game for him. Lots of stacks here. Yep. Once you get your static shiv is really when you feel nice with that. But now that he's up to the rapid fire as well, you know, such long range, can play a lot safer. Use your shroud to really remain far back. Don't let that Rakan get into range for you. Of course, it can be hard when the Rakan has flash, but that is definitely going to be the goal, and they've got the safety of that Bwipo ultimate to rely on too.
Yeah, they have a lot of distraction tactics if anyone's Legend decide to all in onto Masu or onto Quad. You've got the Magnet Storm, you've got the Hero's Entrance, you've got Inspired jumping over the top. Shockwave even is a self-disengage tool as required. For the moment, FlyQuest in a very solid spot. For anyone Legend, they are still scaling. Zaya so strong as the game goes on. Tarzan in a really strong position himself as well as Masu trades onto Hope. Weaver's Wall coming out. Masu on the wrong side of it as Kyle looks for the engage. Hero's Entrance coming out as well. Masu able to sidestep all of the engage from anyone's Legend. Tarzan separated from his team. Bwipo down to half HP, but he's still damn tanky. Quad comes in, looking for Tarzan towards the top side. Can't quite find what he was looking for there. The Rift held down, and it's a fight to stop this from getting the charge in. Quad oversteps a little bit. Shockwave only lands onto Kyle. Rift held charges in. Busio on the backline goes out with the Magnet Storm, trying to retreat. The tower still stands, as does everyone on the Rift. Tarzan tries to change it as the seismic shot binds its mark. Masu falls, and FlyQuest now with a man advantage can push in for the first tower of the game.
Wow, that was
second tower of the game.
Impressive for them to get all the way in there and actually find that seismic shove and get the kill onto the center we were just talking about. And Shanks is able to cash in. Wow, getting that objective down too, getting that tower, definitely going to be really big here for AL. Again, they rely so much on these plays and using this big extra damage. All right, second item start to come in for them as well.
And you see how quickly things swing in a game like this. When both the teams really want to fight, they're not looking for too much side lane pressure. The gold has now swung by about 2,000 back towards AL. FlyQuest still have a 1,000 gold lead, but it's nowhere near as substantial as it was just a couple of minutes ago. Busio forced out of the jungle here as Kyle tries to get vision control for the Artica.
Shank's just going to back off after pushing the wave up there, and they can... Oh, wait, he actually cancels his recall here, looking for a little bit deeper vision, possibly.
Kyle maybe just wants the support. You can see Tarzan on his way up towards this top side as well, but there's still vision around there for FlyQuest, so they will know if the Artican has been begun by anyone's Legend.
Tarzan camping the brush. Should be just fine though, of course, here. So really want to look at the next dragon spawn. Everybody here concerned about the Otacon first though.
Oh. Busio knocked up here. Hope getting forced away by Masu once again. Inspired on the chase. Quad coming in from the side. Crescent Guard going out. Tarzan goes forward here as entrance used. Tarzan able to escape it. Hope with a Feather Storm to escape the shockwave. Now Whipple's on the front line as anyone's legend begin to collapse. The equalizer out. Whipple down to half HP. The chase in with the Grand Star. Fallen Flandre has to flash away, but he can't escape the clutches of Inspired. Masu gets the kill. Great double Magna Storm from Busio as FlyQuest starts to turn the fight around. They find two. They look for more. Inspired chased out by Shanks. But Busio could look for a little bit more here. The remount may be enough. Masu on the chase for Hope, and he finds it. Extinguished is Hope for anyone's legends. Shanks now caught out in the blue side jungle, and with FlyQuest collapsing, I think there's no escape for the AL mid laner.
Yeah, Shanks is the last one left alive, and all of FlyQuest are coming to chase him down. 4 members will be enough. Busio actually takes it. A little bit less than ideal, but they're hyped up. They're going to be able to get the top side as well during the same time because Whippo up there pushing on the Galio, and the power of the FlyQuest team fight medic is really shining here and taking over in this game.
Their ability to delay and delay and delay is just so strong. You can see the Weaver's Fall coming in here. Hope with a great dodge of the Feather Sword from the Shockwave.
Yeah, okay, on the front line there, then Whippo buys so much time on his Galio, and the Rumble Ultimate only kind of touching him, so they go for the re-engage off of Inspired first, and you called it as it happened. Busio with the flash play to go for the AL side on the bottom of the fight. They chase them down, and you can see here what it means in the opening game.
For FlyQuest, what a statement it would be to win a game like this, because it was close, and they are winning team fights, which is not something we often see from North American, from European teams against the LPL, against the LCK. Their hands are just better. The draft as well, obviously facilitating them to get to that point.
I think that's a big thing here. The draft, so much CC and so much tankiness as far as the advantage here for FlyQuest, but the Otacon is getting burned down, so they're forcing the issue here.
Whippo's going to try and get into the middle of them. Kael trying to block him. The Otacon secured. Tarzan taunted up. Busio there with the Shadowing Strike stun as well. No tower here to defend AL. The Weaver's Wall, though, will split up the fight. AL, are you retreating? Are you attacking? That's the question. They look for Whippo. They can't find him. And now Masu has that flank position. Busio goes in. There's the Magna Storm. Only lands on 2. Kael able to dodge away and gets the charm onto Whippo to stop the hero's entrance. Dawning Shadow coming out. There's the Feather Storm. But the Shockwave still lands. And FlyQuest are hungry for blood. They're chasing forward. Hope's going to fall as well. A triple already for Quad. Tarzan flashes away. But where can you escape to? The Grand Star Fall coming out. Masu looking for the chase, and Tarzan will find no mercy from FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, they've got him cornered here in the alcove, and they get the ace, which will turn into the Baron. Game number 1 here. Home field advantage for FlyQuest showing up, and they have it under control.
7,000 gold ahead when this Baron falls. 26 minutes in, there's a Mountain Soul for them in 3 minutes time. Make it 8K the lead here for FlyQuest in Vancouver.
Okay, so here's another look at it. And as you called out, they're looking to close the pincer here for FlyQuest. And the only key is don't rush it. Otherwise, AL could turn on one side and force it. As long as FlyQuest are patient, though, they can, again, just go straight through the front line here, since AL are so much squishier. And Whippo here really doing a good job, just forcing his way into the front line after Busio had started it out. And they're able to walk forward and clean up the rest of the team fight. Huge stuff here, playing with confidence on the stage.
Like, it looks close at the start of a team fight, and then FlyQuest just bulldozer over AL at every opportunity now. They are showing AL just what the LTA North is all about. Busio trying to get some vision in as the push for the tier 2 on the bot side begins. With 2 minutes on the Drake, getting mid and bot pushed up for FlyQuest should be their next objectives.
Also putting up some big numbers here on the Senna. Going to be playing from very, very far away here, continuing to stack up, continue to play at range, and let's see how they actually close with this Baron buff. 4-1 split push for now, keeping Whippo here in the mid lane. Of course, they have the Pantheon. Inspired, you can see him in jungle, ready to cover either side if AL try and pull the trigger. Not going to do so just yet, though, so FlyQuest move in, slowly get some extra advantages here. These secondary towers on the side can be kind of trapped sometimes as far as the positioning for those team fights, so don't want to get too risky there.
I've seen many a good game die to an overpush towards that bot inhibitor. Shanks caught out here as entrance going down, slice of shove only onto Whippo, and it won't be enough. He's tanky. Absolutely tanking them for days. FlyQuest, Whippo's health bar hasn't even moved, and Shanks has to retreat.
Yeah. And we touched on it a little bit, but Shank's timeline here is cool to see him on the international stage, but it is his first. And so opening game here for AL. Again, look at, in the LDL, he was hyped up. He got LDL MVP in 2020. And then on the 2021 roster with WE, they actually did get close to qualifying for Worlds, but they got knocked out by LNG right before. And then it was many years. Didn't get close again, but here on his second year with AL on the international stage now, we'll see if they can do anything to pull this one back.
Back to Madness Storm immediately. Dawning Shadow coming out. Kyle's going back with the charm. The seismic shove's good, but they just have wallets that are too damn big. FlyQuest chasing in. It's a double already for them. Tarzan in the middle of 3. He'll fall as well. Inspired goes a little bit deep, but so far it's a 3-for-1 exchange in favor of FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, all that's left is to push in. Whippo gonna chase the last remnants of AL here down.
All he's doing is delaying. You've got Master and Busio pushing through mid. The TP comes out and will get back to those Nexus towers with Shanks here to defend. I don't think FlyQuest can push for the win, although opening up the base is a FlyQuest special. I've seen them win with minions and win with the TP tech before. There's a Mountain Soul for them, and so just taking the inhibitor tower for now is enough.
Yeah, take that. Just walk back, pick up the extra dragon here. The soul will be in FlyQuest's hands. This is only 29, almost 30 minutes into the game, but they have so much control with these team comps of being so tanky. A Mountain Soul on top of it.
This is a shellacking. Yeah. Like, it was close in the early game, but as soon as FlyQuest's composition came online, truly, it has not looked close at all.
Yeah.
This is domination from the North American representatives here.
Game number 1 for each of these teams on this stage. And FlyQuest, this will be a nice confidence-building one. Again, this team sticking together meant that of the current teams playing, because all the other teams did make changes, this roster, currently the roster that have been playing together the longest. Yep. And so they're really showing some of that synergy that they have been able to build up with each other.
And the trust as well that comes from it. Like, there's a few fights where you see Whippo just constantly stepping forward, and it's like if the rest of the team doesn't trust him in that moment, he's just going to be isolated. He's going to be left on his own in the middle of anyone's legend. For now, FlyQuest, a 10,000 gold lead at 31 minutes, are kind of dotting their I's and crossing their T's. They're taking their time. There's a Baron up in a minute's time. They don't have to overforce here into AL.
I mean, they've got Guardian Angel on Inspired here, on Pantheon, so they have an extra life they could use if they wanted to overforce, but as you say, because they are so strong, it should be fairly straightforward. Just wait for the Baron, set up, and then if AL come forward, you can turn.
Busio knocked back. It's a pretty big shield there. Oh, so Whippo knocked back. It's a pretty big shield there, as he is then protected by Quad to make sure he basically doesn't lose any HP.
Gonna take over the jungle here first to see the approach, just in case AL try and do anything fancy, but shouldn't overextend or anything like that, as you say, since they have it under control. Should be smooth from here on out. The ping's actually going down on red buff. I think maybe that's the smallest thing there that AL can still get while FlyQuest do their Baron, and that makes me think, you know what, they're just going to try and hope for that miracle fight at their base for AL and hope that they can get an angle for some sort of defense there.
The other option is hope that FlyQuest delay the game a little bit too much and then you look for an Elder flip, right? When it's 4 minutes away still, you can give up an inhibitor and still try and force a fight around that Elder. FlyQuest have started up the Baron, but have stopped it. The Weaver's Wall comes out, Inspired and Quad on one side of it, the rest of FlyQuest on the other, but it's much ado about nothing as AL can't find an avenue to engage. Kyle steps forward and dodges away from the command attack.
All right, very antsy to pull off of this Baron, but with that Weaver's Wall going down, didn't want anything to happen, so they just wait around for the... Yes, gets the stop.
Kyle now pops the quickness, only gets the charm onto Busio. Shadowing Strike's going to hit as well. There's the Shockwave, the Magnet Storm, in fact, to bring it back. Quad goes godlike, yet to die here. 7-0-13. A Baron in FlyQuest's eyes, and AL can do nothing about it.
Yeah, FlyQuest chase him down. Kyle has been so good in the LPL. FlyQuest, though, with this game, they've just had such a massive advantage that they should be able to steamroll.
It's weird to say should, because I understand where it comes from. But if this was Gen G versus anyone else, we'd say it's done. It's over. They're like, FlyQuest have won this game. They are 12,000 gold ahead.
I'll say it.
Yeah. Like, there is no feasible comeback for AL. The only way AL get back into this game is a sequence of throws from FlyQuest that I haven't seen since I watched an NFL game, okay?
So what you're saying is you believe in the magic.
If AL can pull this one out of their butts, then I believe in the magic, and I feel that FlyQuest perhaps will be a little bit tilted going into game 2. For now, though, they are in prime position to close out this game and take a 1-0 lead versus the LPL's first seed. Shanks' flash.
Yeah. And just from Oriana walking to side lane as well here, so FlyQuest moving out with the confidence. Of course, they can play all lanes right now since they do have Wibo Teleport and Wibo Ultimate available. AL may try and go for something, seeing that both solo laners are fully pushing waves right now, but FlyQuest still have plenty of tools to collapse. And with the Mountain Soul, it just takes too long for AL to kill anyone. And so they might even get trapped themselves.
Tarzan's going to jump onto Busio. I've seen this story before, Kobe. Whippo is split pushing. There's a teleport available for Quad, for the heroes, and just coming in from Whippo. As already Tarzan falling low, healed up, and the Redemption coming out will pop him up. The Dawning Shadow enough to take him down, though. Kyle next up. Feathers gone forward, but Quad surviving through an absolute age. Grand Star full is the death of AL here. FlyQuest clean it up. Whippo TP's back to bot. And the win is here for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest in the opening game. The team play is here. What a draft. They're going to take #1.
Here in Vancouver on home turf in front of friends and family. FlyQuest come out fighting. 1-0 NA.
Wow. Big stuff here. Of course, we did see yesterday as well, Gen G, the #1 seed from LCK, dropping their opening game. But man, FlyQuest, they look in sync.
They really were. We're going to hear from Law really quickly. She's with the players, I believe. Law, take it away.
I am about to just join Mithi right now. He's going to be with me in just a minute. Mithi, quick reactions on the game.
We won. We're very excited, yeah.
How did you keep this going, though? Because winning one game is one thing, but how do you make sure that it was just not a one-time thing?
Yeah, no, I mean, the day just started and we just saw G2 yesterday, so we got to stay locked in.
All right, thank you so much, Mithi. Best of luck for the rest of the series. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Emily and Azale here, so we're just going to take over because no breaks for us. Wow, I mean, Azale, I'll go to you first. We talked so much about this guy right here, about both of them actually, but Masu in particular, and boy, did he hold up his end of the bargain.
I mean, what a game from Masu to kick things off here in Canada. His spacing, I think, was perfect on the Senna, was really playing aggressive. You know, we saw how quickly he was actually stacking up the souls as well. Really was a difference maker in this game. He had the confidence to go forward and force them to take him as a threat, to spend spells on him and then step back, avoid them. Really rode that line so incredibly well. That's why he's the GOAT.
You're GOAT. I also love that we were all watching this game and then we kind of see the early game down, the very, very early game, right? Whippo gives up that death. then there's the line swap, then Bwipo was all of a sudden in the bot lane. They recovered phenomenally thanks to their jungler as well.
Yeah, I think the big thing with Inspired in particular, and then also with the way that they approach this, is FlyQuest have always been really good at reacting on the map and making cross-map plays when something goes wrong for them elsewhere, right? And you saw that consistently through this early game. When something happened, they would immediately find another thing cross-map. This is just one example. Here, after Inspired gets kind of caught out in the jungle, they were able to recover from this as well. And that, to me, is this team's biggest strength.
Exactly. You know, the 2v2 goes bad early, you swap top, they get Dragon, sure, we're gonna dive, we're gonna make a play happen. Inspired goes for an invade, he dies, but Tarzan spent his flash, so now they're gonna punish him because he has no flash in the river. And it was this tenacity from FlyQuest to always make the mess of these situations. Then there's a TP towards top, you know, Inspired is able to find Shanks, and watch how Quad places his ball to shockwave flank Shanks back to the wall in range of Inspired so he could jump over and finish off the kill. The teamwork was on point, the shot calling was on point, the draft was on point. It's a beautiful thing to see.
It was beautiful. I mean, and I love watching that also. Like, I want to say neutral, but you know, I kind of want you guys to win as well.
Thank you.
Just to see that they punch back every single time, because that is exactly what you need on the international stage.
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out to this man here, right? Quad, who I've been holding up. Orianna, they AL recognized, oh, they want to take the Cassio away from him, right? Because he's a really well-known Cassio player. But Orianna is actually his most played. He is super, super comfortable on this champion. This actually ticks him into having a winning record for it. Previously, he was 50-50. But you can tell through plays like that just how confident he is playing with this and how confident they all were with the champions they chose and with putting this team composition together.
I will say something for the side of anyone's legend. You know, the infamous delivery might work here. Kyle, no. Like, the amount of times that he found themselves in a position, like, they were playing very forward. And I think the word was here, okay, are they not really respecting the counter punch that they can receive? I felt that a little bit.
No, I agree. I mean, they were posturing very aggressively in a lot of times, and maybe they were not expecting FlyQuest to have the confidence to just throw it at them. A lot of times in a best of 5, game number 1 is really kind of slow. Teams are feeling each other out, and maybe AL thought they were going to get a slower pace game number 1. But when FlyQuest drafts for Engage, you damn well better believe they're going to use it.
And we saw it. They kept winning team fights in our HyperX Reflex replay every single time. Yeah, they just shut the door on anyone's legend, and that must be demotivating. We saw them tilting also a little bit, Azeel.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of those times where Tarzan is out in the river. AL does collapse very quickly, but FlyQuest is together as a squad, creating space, you know, drawing out these cooldowns. They get the equalizer out early, and then Inspired finds an opportunity to re-engage.
Yeah, this is the big thing for me, is the way Inspired found these re-engages, the way that Bwipo occasionally in these team fights would find these re-engages, really split up the fight to get on to key targets, and that was the huge difference maker in so many of these, as you see them kind of chasing Hope down on this bot side of the map. Masu cleans up. Here he is, the Canadian hero, 8-1 and 17. Almost a 90% kill participation.
He was like, I'm going to be involved in these skirmishes.
Brother was clicking more than minions.
What? Crazy. So I don't want to be a game one Andy, but I kind of do, right? And I'll tell you why. Because yesterday we had a completely different situation. I feel like we had a situation in which Genji didn't even look competitive in that first game. Here, we saw AL fighting, trying to get these skirmishes, you know, maybe skirmishes they would have won back in some LPL games. Not against FlyQuest, though.
No, and I mean, this was even Flandra's undefeated Rumble this year. He was 7-0, first team to actually knock him down. You can see the damage from Masu, played incredible. Bwipo completely undeterred by dying at level 1. It's a great start for FlyQuest.
Absolutely. AL, they stay on the blue side. Let's see if they can start this recovery mission. We'll head to a break and we'll be right back.
An update is required. Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Trying to stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, y'all know me, y'all never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you're trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
That flank position, Busio goes in, there's the Magnustorm, only lands on 2. Kyle able to dodge away and gets the charm onto Whippo to stop the hero's entrance. Dawning Shadow coming out, there's the Feather Storm, but the shockwave still lands, and FlyQuest are hungry for blood. They're chasing forward, Hope's gonna fall as well, a triple already for Quad. Tarzan flashes away, but where can you escape to? The Grand Starfall coming out, Matsu looking for the chase, and Tarzan will find no mercy from FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, they've got him cornered here in the alcove, and they get the ace, which will turn into the Baron. Game number 1 here.
And here we are back for the second game of this series between FlyQuest and Anyone's Legend. And FlyQuest are in the lead, Kobe. AL have selected blue side once again.
Yes, they have. And honestly, Medic, I was not expecting that. I need to catch up here because FlyQuest, and especially this bottom lane that we were hyping up, the young North American talent doing so well in that game, just on display. The team as a whole, of course, working together effortlessly, but really, really impressive.
We'll get into Champion Select powered by Omen and HyperX as AL once again are going to get rid of the Casio. Important to note, in game 1, FlyQuest destroyed Flandre's unbeaten record on that Rumble, gave Tarzan only his 3rd loss of the split on the Xinshao as well. Azir banned away alongside the Casio, same ban so far from AL. FlyQuest will get rid of the Twisted Fate. Last time they put Vi and Poppy on the bench as well.
Yeah, and I want to see what they go with for Flandre this time around. I'm kind of expecting more of like a frontline tank, you know, like a Scion or Ornn or something like that, because Whippo does have counter pick on red side again. And I'm assuming that AL might want to go for more like normal 5-on-5 team fighting this time around, but we shall see. As of course, still have a lot to whittle down on here. The Varus remains banned from the bottom lane, such high priority on that one, so not too big of surprises yet.
And Renekton's going to get taken off of the cards here as well by AL. So denying Whippo his most played this spring, although he has played a retinue of different champions. Annie, the final ban from Fly, getting rid of some of that playmaking potential for Shanks in the mid lane. Where are we looking first pick? Vi's got her way through. She was banned out in game 1. Rise instead will be locked in for Shanks.
That's kind of what we were talking about last time around with that Casio ban. They do go into it here. Definitely a very big pick for Shanks. And that could be a lot more looks at split pushing for the team, even with just one pick showing. But see what FlyQuest here are going to respond with. They could go with some of the like burst champions here. You know, Aurora did get buffed with some extra magic resist, but much more here, opting into the control mages with the extra range here for Victor.
I love the hope from fan signs sometimes. You see all in red pen, let's go Anyone's Legend 3-0, and then in blue pen 3-1. That would just adjust it.
Got to keep up with the time.
It's true, it's true. Victor and Vi, Arcane being locked in here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, so usually you see the more common pairing, like I was talking about with the burstier champions that are available, but still very good here as far as an initiator, and Quad is always so good on those control mages. So what's going to be the response here? Very popular pick for Tarzan.
I really like Rise Wukong as well. The ability to deliver him onto the backline with the Realm Warp can just be so powerful. I am wondering if we'll see a top laner picked here for AL, or whether they'll just go towards AD carry and then ban out some top laners later on. It is Trunda instead of the Wukong though.
And the Trundle, you're kind of expecting FlyQuest to pick some more beefy front line here too in the future, since they do have the Victor.
Yep.
Assuming they're going to want to keep him safe for those 5-on-5, so the early Trundle pick as well. Trundle also is so good at going for 1v1 invades early, and so if you do have winning lanes, if you do have pushing lanes, they can definitely go. Ooh. And this is super common here for AL. They bring back Flandre's Yorick, even though it was nerfed on this patch.
Yep. A base armor nerf as well, which is a huge nerf.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be split pushing again. This is going to be AL pulling them across the map, or at least trying to do that.
What will Whippo answer with? Things that are good into Yorick. Irelia, really strong into the Yorick, because you just kill the ghouls on command. Cho'Gath also works pretty well into him. Mordekaiser is going to be the lock. First time we've seen it here at MSI 2025.
All right, Whippo's answer. Yeah, a couple of the ones you are going over are popular. Whippo himself, actually using a couple of those within LCS. The Cho'Gath previously was a good choice for him, but also he has brought out the Mordekaiser before here, so very comfortable on that. And that does also give you some options for answering some side lanes later, because your ultimate is very good. You can buy a lot of time, and oftentimes you can, at least go 1-for-1. Try and ult somebody if they try and commit to you.
It also just allows the rest of your team to collapse, because you're buying so much time in that 1v1. And it will be Kai'Sa removed by FlyQuest. They can see a little bit of a dive comp coming out from AL if they want it. Also, Hope on Kai'Sa, pretty good at the champion, unsurprisingly. Ezreal removed once again from Masu, so it does look like we're going to have AD carry focused bans as we did in game 1.
Okay, yeah, things like the Corki still available, the Jhin still available. Pretty common options down there. Misfortune.
And Lucian's still up for Masu if he wants it. But yeah, also Kalista has made her way through. If you do want like Kalista plus Renata, would be quite nice against a composition trying to dive onto you. Bard is the ban away from Kael.
Yeah, kind of assuming FlyQuest might want to try and start stacking dragons, so maybe they could go dragon stacking area, but Bard is definitely a very good ban when you're facing that much split push and that much possibility there of being pulled across, so good to know.
Lucian. Yeah, Master's Lucian taken away in the end. FlyQuest likely to pick AD carry here, save the support for last, get that counter pick if you can. Kalista, we mentioned it in that second phase of bans, and it does work really well with this comp.
Yeah, you go into that dragon stacking so you can try and force some 5-on-5s and force the split push to you.
I've been informed it's the first time we've seen Mordekaiser on stage internationally since Worlds 2022, where it was Impact who brought it out. He was playing on Evil Geniuses at the time, apparently. That's NA, just love to bring out the Mordekaiser. You'd expect it more from LTA South rather than LTA North, but AL now looking towards the Corki here for Hope. And he's brought out 8 times so far this split.
All right, what do we pair with the Corki here? Some sort of playmaking support, some sort of front line here.
You've got Alistar, you've got Leona. You can play Nautilus if you wanted. You go for Nico if you're just trying to get onto the back line. But if you want a little bit more tankiness, I think Alistar really rings well in this sort of situation. Poppy as well if you really want to go towards it. But does look like it's going to be the Nico here for Kaya.
Okay, yep, the nerfed Nico. Not quite as powerful in lane, but still good.
It's 0 and 5 at this MSI as well, according to the stats that came up on the screen. Final pick for FlyQuest, Kalista Renata. It's so strong, it stops the engage potential with that hostile takeover. There it is, locked in for Busio.
Yeah, Busio definitely has been really good with this pairing here for the bottom lane. See if they can get any sort of dragon focus going for their team, because they do have a lot of momentum coming off of game number 1. They look calm though, they don't look too overhyped. So that is...
Unlike us, who are pretty excited about the result of the first game, if only because it spells what hopefully is a close 5-game series. This time though, both compositions seem to want to do things a little bit differently. Last game, both of them wanted to get into those fights. We saw full 5v5s a lot of the time. Here, FlyQuest looking for that dragon stacking you were talking about, whereas AL their side lane pressure later on in the game with a Yorick and with a Rise is going to be devastating.
And so first thing that I'm going to look at when we do get into this game on Rift is going to be, are they going to move for Tarzan to have either a delayed invade or, you know, try and get some sort of 1v1. You know, you want to use some pushing lanes to try and go find the Vi. You definitely can have a really good early advantage over that champion. And he has done that previously.
That he has, that he has. Non-subscribers will be back in 30 seconds time. It's Tarzan. Everyone loves the panda for anyone's legend. It feels like a great mascot to have. I'm sad when teams don't have those really good mascots. Like, what's FlyQuest's mascot? Do they have one? Is there a...
Yeah, a leaf.
A leaf.
It's the nature team, bro.
True, true.
Save the trees, save the bees, save the seas.
Yeah, they could bring that back.
They've actually had so many of those environmental campaigns for the team and have done a lot of good. Planted a lot of trees. Saved a lot of bees.
Now looking to take down the first seed from the LPL as we get on into the map. As you said, looking for that Tarzan late invade possibility. At the moment, both the entrances to the jungle are warded off by FlyQuest. Doesn't mean they've invested those warding trinkets early on, but will spot Tarzan if he decides to step forward.
Also, the side lane brush ward is always important there for that matchup. Here it begins, the early information. Now, a lot of times, too, that can be looking at second Raptor spawn. So you can get your second timer there, and sometimes it is like ill-advised to start your Raptors because a 4-minute re-invade from enemy jungle could be super dangerous, and so Inspired just goes down, start his blue buff side.
Looks like both junglers will be pathing to opposite sides of the map. This time as Tarzan is also starting on his blue. Have been informed, the last time North America beat the LPL in even a single game was back in 2023 MSI, where Golden Guardians took a game off BLG, losing the series in the end. Obviously, we talked about the fact that Team Liquid are the only North American team to ever take a best of 5 off the LPL.
Yeah. Master this time around, too, on such a different style champion. He was very good on the Senna. Really good stacking pace for him in the previous game. Very good positioning. This time around, though, on Kalista. Still having to respect that power of the Nico, despite those nerfs.
Oh, Whippo trading in here. Flounder gets the level 2. The ghouls are not enough, and once again, Whippo falls for first blood.
Flandre Yorick strikes again, and he gets a solo kill. I will remind you that it did start out last game with a level 1 death.
This is a great sign for FlyQuest. I 100% agree with you. Whippo dying level 1. He didn't burn his flash this time as well. So he's held on to that summoner.
Definitely not mega cope. But I mean, it really is kind of scary though if it turns into Flandre mega split push here. That has been something that they have been able to find so much success with.
So the reason Whippo goes for this is he's got 3 ghouls ready to be spawned. Sorry, Flandre has 3 ghouls ready to spawn, but he's not level 2. So Whippo's got the level advantage, thinks he can trade in. Flandre steps forward, last strikes a minion, gets that level 2, and then Whippo is pretty done for.
Yeah, missed his claw there as well.
It's not the best sign when a Yorick starts getting ahead in the individual 1v1. Shank's getting the push here on mid, onto Quad as well, who will struggle with his wave play a little bit before he gets his Lost Chapter, before he gets a little bit of mana under his belt.
That's exactly what AL were looking for, though. So if they can get their, strong solo laners off into the mid game, that will be exactly the game plan there they want to execute. Try and open up those lanes, pull them apart, but Tarzan will be able to get double crabs because his bottom lane is pushing, goes up and grabs that one as well. His top laner died for Inspired, so Inspired, too bad.
A nice little bit of pathing from Tarzan as well. Did go top to bot, but then came back up for that top side crab. Now can path bot because, as you say, Busi and Masu are pushed in, as is Quad in the mid lane. So Tarzan will have a 2-camp advantage through the first clears, but Inspired's already back out on the map. Double longsword for him. Will be spotted by that Shape Splitter clone coming out from Kyle.
Man, that Corki CS lead as well this time around.
Yeah, Kyle's been hitting a lot of these blooming bursts, and it's quite hard for Masu to trade back into him. Busia going back forward is going to get rooted up, though. Heals. And we'll just burn the summoner to walk away with that extra movement speed.
So bounce back game for them. Let's see, should just be another reverse clear here for Inspired. Bot side going back up top. And no further action because not super volatile down towards the mid lane, just looking for their farm. And as you said, Bwipo did keep his flash even though he died up there.
It's one of those, like, if you get to level 6 as FlyQuest, you have a lot more tools, right? You have the Fate's Call coming out from Masu, Busio's Hostile Takeover, but also Cease and Desist and the Death Realm coming out from the Mordekaiser. It just gives you so many tools to work with. So not surprised at all if Inspired is just doing a full double clear, looking for those two camps. Masu there with a cleanse to get away from the handshake. Busio down to 200 HP though. Guardian coming back up. Kael getting chased out now. Don't have to burn the flash as the Ren. Masu flashes for the Ren and Kael answers with the flash of his own. Hope down to 100 HP. Masu needs another couple of autos, but can't get in range for them.
Yeah, and they actually goes far enough to get the barrier down from Hope in that exchange. So 3 summoner spells down for each of the bottom lane. Hope holds onto his flash though. Also worth mentioning that AL are doing such a good job of keeping track of Inspired. That ward up by Raptors, Shanks was able to go place after he pushed in on Rise. And AL getting their CS leads in both bottom and mid with the matchups. Watching out for that buy, making sure that there's going to be no other variable in the game that is going to surprise you in your matchup.
Couple of pings from AL coming out on this Dragon, with Inspired helping Quad push out the wave as aggressively as he was, and with the reset coming from the Fly bot lane, it kind of implies the hay at the 6.5 minute mark.
They've got their priority, taking over vision control of this rush here for Dragon set up for the fight. Looks like they should be able to easily get Crab as well, so level 6 achieved. Level 6 advantage means get out of there Inspired.
And might need to burn the flash to get away from this one. Instead, the roots, the tangle barbs, just a little bit short.
That should be full priority here for AL. So Tarzan goes for that 1v1 invade. He's looking to fully chase Inspired out. They've got the pushing bottom lane, so they make use of it. Aggressive level lead there for the jungle. Inspired wants to get his level 6 off Gromp.
Kyle chucking the shape splitter out there as well, just to give that a little bit of extra vision.
Not even enough experience there off the Gromp, so.
He's like one anything away from it. Like if it was a few patches ago, we could have been one ward away from it, or last season, right? But we'll just say the Wolves will get that level 6 and then can start to look at using that cease and desist. Hope trying to get up towards level 6 himself as well. A slight CS, well, about a 3-wave CS lead for the Corki over this Kalista, but I do think there's a wave pushing in there, so Masu should be able to balance that out a little bit. Bwipo's bounced back well as well in the top lane from losing that first kill. Is about 10 CS up himself.
Yeah, pushing in an extra wave here. Flandre going to use the Maiden to help collect it. And Inspired also kind of crossing over as the grubs do spawn. So it looks like they are going to start it out. Shanks realm warps back the lane though.
Tarzan's on his way across. Inspired has hit that level 6. Ripper always has the Death Realm. Smite comes out from Inspired, will secure the first grub, and then Volt Breakers his way to safety.
Yeah, I think Tarzan might have got that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He walked up, able to get it, and he chased him out, so they'll get the full 3-pack.
100% right there, Kobe.
They get their Might spawn. That is so big, Medic, for split pushing.
Yeah, 100%.
That Smite play was actually huge from Tarzan. The Mites for their Yorick and for their Rise later on, huge. That's why FlyQuest really wanted to try and sneak one and go for that play.
Just disrespectful as well, just to walk up to him and smite it away under his very nose. Inspired unable to win out on that battle. It's a 1,000 gold lead for AL. A lot of that coming from the top side. Flandre getting that first kill, obviously helping him out a lot. Doesn't want this Maiden to die. It's always a risk when you spawn it to push out the waves that you get ganked. It's then on a 2.5 minute cooldown early game. It can be very hard to actually get control of your lane once again. But he has his jungler on this side of the map as Quad trades with Shanks in mid.
And of course that Maiden is part of the reason you choose Mordekaiser there. You want to split up that duo when you go for the ult. And we'll see if that becomes one of the factors here later on into the game. Even with that added benefit of the extra money that was given over early on. All of the members of AL with their gold leads at the moment that all kind of add up and contribute to their overall advantage in the game.
Nothing surpassing 300-400 gold though, so like FlyQuest is still in an okay position to scale into this game. Obviously the Victor scaling incredibly well. The Callista, you do want a little bit more action. You want to be able to stack up those dragons early game like we talked about in draft. You want to be able to get a few early kills, but at level 6 you still have a bit of time to really accelerate the game for her.
Farming, heading on out too. Looks like it is going to be the dragon startup. Oh no, he actually just pops over Tarzan there, pulls it out, and they
Inspired's on raise peaks, right? So should be an easy enough secure here for Tarzan. No way for Inspired to get across towards this side of the map quickly enough. Will be the second neutral objective for AL as well, as obviously they got those grubs a little bit earlier on. No real opportunity for FlyQuest to get anything else while that's happening. Often you talk about cross-map plays, you talk about doing something on the top side, but Flandre already has Sheen and Phage and the Maiden up. It's really hard to kill that Yorick unless you can really burst him down quickly.
Yeah. Always standing back, giving respect as well. Because all is going kind of according to plan there for AL with the grubs, plus the extra dragon here. Definitely going to do a lot for them as the map starts to open up, but we continue to farm, we continue to stack up on the side of FlyQuest there. Of course, Victor just looking to collect, stack up himself, continue to farm, see if he can get some upgrades going for himself before they bring together their team fight.
Look at the damage here. Won't have it. Busio about 400 HP. You can see Inspired waiting around the corner, looking to see perhaps if AL do overextend into this. Both the junglers actually tracking each other a lot through this early game, even though they started on opposite sides of the map. Season 6 going out as they look for Hope. Base call as well. Flash hostile takeover. And Hope, even with the barrier, needs another auto on Busio. He gets the redemption, but it's too late. And here comes Tarzan. 2 quick kills for Tarzan as we talk about the junglers tracking each other. Tarzan lying in wait, claims a double. Bwipo, well, yeah, the Maiden's going to kill you there. Good flash from Flandre to get out of Whippo's clutches, but across the map now, AL coming to life.
Huge wins for AL on both sides simultaneously. That is terrible news for FlyQuest. They go for their big play, investing the Vi ultimate, investing the Callista ultimate, but they don't get it correctly. They're on the bailout. They don't get the, Busio to live, and the counter from Tarzan is better. Meanwhile, again, another solo bolo up on the top side.
And it's Whippo engaging it, thinking he can kill Flandre off quickly enough, but the Death Realm expires. That ward's close. Okay, you can see why Whippo thought that maybe he'd take that 1v1, but then the last rites healing, the Eulogy of the Isles, the chase down from Flandre is enough. And Whippo on the edge of getting a solo bolo for himself.
Oh yeah, and she does go with you. And then meanwhile, on the bottom side, they go for the play. They try and use the Vi into the Callista knockup, but then they aren't able to get Kael, so they aren't able to get the reset there, and Tarzan is able to clobber them down.
The bailout just proccing just after they kill Hope as well, right?
Yeah.
Like if Hope had got that extra auto attack in, then we would have had a 3v2 situation, and maybe Busio can bail out his bot lane to save them in that situation. Now though, AL 2.5K ahead have taken firm control of this game.
Yeah, that Trinity Force Trundle bopping them down.
Yeah.
Probably either way. Tarzan here off to a very nice start.
As is Flandre, he's got his Triforce complete as well, a 1.2k gold lead on this Yorick that I don't think we really expected to be played with his base armor nerfs, with the other nerfs he's received over the last couple of patches. It is very much already a pocket pick, and when pocket picks get nerfed, often you don't see them anymore. Inspired knows that someone's sneaking away his red buff. Busio in the area as Inspired goes in with the Vault Breaker, but Tarzan's already got the smite. And AL will force Inspired away.
All right, they've got the vision fully warded up through the jungle here too. This is where it starts to become very dangerous in the rotations for FlyQuest, since they are so far behind, so far on the back foot. The Realm War could come through. Shanks though just walks over.
It's Kael actually. I know it can be confusing from time to time as Does say Shanks above his name, but Kyle here looking for the tangle barbs will land it onto Busio. A rocket comes in from Hope as well and takes Busio down to half. The wave on its way about 10 seconds before it's there. Tarzan will spot Inspired and Whippo coming in from the side, tries to dodge away, not hit by the Vault Breaker, puts down the Frozen Domain, and this is his turf you're playing on. There's the Realm Walk coming out from Shanks. Hostile takeover not going to connect onto AL. Masu Force, low Fates call out the bailout. Just means he dies a little later. Whippo will manage to kill off Shanks though as Flandre gets a double towards the top side. Tarzan will take out Whippo, and in the end a 3-for-1 exchange in favor of AL.
Yeah, AL really nice. They get their tower down as well. They extend their gold lead and they continue to push on the sides. On the bottom, they are at least for FlyQuest going to be able to shove in that wave, but that is so good for AL. Flandre just even wailing away on the secondary turret too, gets half of the HP.
Flandre is just so strong now on this Yorick. And if you want to be strong at home as well while you're watching the action unfold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning into MSI. All you need to do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score in-game loot. Inspired caught out a little bit here. The Tangle Barb's not going to connect there.
And Flandre really credited with bringing that Yorick after the rework to prominence for the top lane. You know, AL really jumping on that champion and making such good use of it. So with him plus Tarzan having some really big leads here, does look like they will be able to take over the mid game. They are poised to do it. See if FlyQuest can actually ever get you know, a pick for themselves. They do have the Vi ultimate. But it's just going to be so hard for them to open up space. And even if they do go for it and you send, then you're going to be losing ground on the side lanes since it's an accelerated Yorick, and you do have the Rise on the other side.
Looks like it's Quad who's going to be answering Flandre towards this top side. Inspired has the cease and desist and talked about picks. This is the sort of thing you need to do if you're FlyQuest. The problem is Quad can't catch up, and Flandre respects the fact that he really doesn't know where the FlyQuest mid jungle are, so he'll just back away. Rift Herald used by Tarzan in the mid lane after they claim the Cloud Drake will be a Mountain Soul once again in this series, and with the Rift Herald charging in, I don't really think any defense can be mounted by FlyQuest. They cede control of the mid wave. The Rift Herald will charge forward. Quad here now to try and defend the tier 2. Inspired all the way over at the Wolves, so it doesn't really have a flank on right now. Rift Herald charges forward once again. AL have another wave if they want to play on it, but they decide enough's enough. We've taken the mid tier 1, we got half of the tier 2, and for now, we will rest on our laurels and go and spend our gold.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of, it's eerie because in the previous game, you know, FlyQuest got so far ahead so quickly with a team that had really strong team fighting, and so you could kind of see where it's going. And then this time around, AL, they get so far ahead so quickly with a team that is so good at playing the sides here and keeping up the pressure onto FlyQuest that it almost feels like the reverse, even though it is a different style. But here's the attempt on the play.
Shanks flashes away, the TP coming in. Victor can stop that, he will use the Arcane Storm to do so. Shanks in the death realm now as Whippo flashes forward and will claim the kill. Here comes Kyle, the rest of his team nowhere nearby, but he lands the Tangle Barbs onto Whippo. The tower shot's not enough. Flandre unstoppable as he kills off Quad towards the top side. Tarzan was kept at bay by Busio and by Masu, and in the end will be a 1-for-1 exchange. The handshake from Busio, Tarzan chasing forward onto Masu. Busio, there's a good pillar behind them. The Fates call that will pull them back. Hostile takeover not going to do enough, and Masu and Busio should be able to walk away, but Hope has other ideas. Now underneath the tower, Whippo and Masu can trade back onto this. Masu will be brought back with the bailout. Inspired looking for Kyle. Tarzan's on his case now, on the chase now, as the pillar comes out to stop the Bolt Breaker. Inspired has no summoners, and in the middle of Kyle and Tarzan, he will fall.
And the entire time, Flandre is opening up the base. He takes the top tower there in the split push during the chaos. But you can see the idea from FlyQuest. They have to send to try and make a play. They have to make something happen. But AL in the end do get more gold out of it. So here's another look at the origins. You know, Inspired trying to get something going. Here's what's
really good as well from Quad. Using the Arcane Storm, I assume. There we are. Cancels the channel. And at that point, you think this is great for FlyQuest.
Yeah, but then you have the Nico coming down and just barely locking up Whippo here under the tower range. So he gets so much damage done that then they have to have a little bit of peel here. And you can see once they get the Corki to walk down, they have full confidence to go for it. Get the handshake over. Tarzan runs straight down towards Masu here. The minimap, of course, is where a lot of the damage is getting done as the bloodbath on the bottom side gets crazy with the ultimate used and Hope flashing in.
Masu coming back with the bailout as well. Well played by Busio to put that on just before he died to make sure the Masu would come back to life, but still AL extend their gold lead to 6K. 22 seconds before we have the Atakan spawning, and it's going to spawn in bot lane, but honestly, where did action happen in the first 14 minutes of this game is being only in the last few that things have really accelerated. Second item complete for Hope. He's got the Manamune stacking up. Spear alongside a chain vest for Flandre. He almost has a 700 gold bounty on his shoulders. The Spirit Visage as well for Tarzan. Like, they're just going to be so difficult to kill. And the idea of finding a pick in a side lane, killing off the Yorick, finding a little bit of gold becomes that much harder when the enemy team starts to get these defensive stacks and they're already ahead.
Yep, definitely true. Like AL, they can just move into your jungle, remove all vision, make it so dangerous for you to check over here for FlyQuest. They still have their outer tower on the bottom side to try and mount some defense from, but it is so dangerous and so dark here. So AL just going to start it up with the big gold lead that they have.
And there's always the risk with an Atakan. It does reduce your resistances. Inspired looking to see perhaps if there's a little cheeky angle by which he can get in. Kaio using the shape splitter to give a little bit more vision. There's the Atakan secured for AL. In the end, it was routine for them, even though FlyQuest were posturing around it. Now they're looking for this tier 1 in the bot side. FlyQuest will begin to back away, realizing they just don't have the manpower. They just don't have the items to defend.
Yeah, they make the call. You got to go cross map. They can't fight, so recognize that. They just want Whippo to at least try and get the objective bounty shutdown on the other side of the map.
See if you can get that tower, which Whippo should be able to do. Has a cannon wave there and already has his Riftmaker and the Rylai's finish, so his auto attack's doing that a little bit more damage. Inspire's going to shadow him. Might as well try and steal away some of this jungle, especially since you know, with only 2 seconds on the Mountain Drake, that's likely where AL are going to path out. You can see Tarzan already on that side of the map. He's running towards top though, so maybe he is going to make a fool out of me, as he seems to just be trying to deny Inspired everything he can, knowing that you can always just come back to that Drake if you need, or you can just let Yorick do it. Basically 2 champions for the price of 1 when he has that Maiden up.
Yep. Looks like they are going to teleport just to send for it, though, even though they're down.
Oh, Busio there. Kaio trying to step forward. There's a TP in from Whippo, the Maiden. First target. Masu's going to get chased down by Tarzan, though, as the chomp comes out. Masu nearly claims the Fate's Call used as well to get Busio to safety. Then Blast Cone's Inspired across, and with those ultimates used, with that sequence of plays, FlyQuest will just back away. AL will get themselves on Soul Point with a 6,000 gold lead, as FlyQuest really found wanting through this mid-game.
Yeah, AL just completely taking over when they did get that advantage. And now, this Rise here, only 2 more stacks on the Rod of Ages to tick over. Shank's going to get his extra level bonus. They've got all the dragons stacked up, so an easy path towards that soul as well. And topside, having that top inhibitor already down means the opposite side of the map is well open.
Yeah, expect to see Flandre just in side lanes, making sure that he has a little bit of vision around him. Kaio can shadow him for a little bit just to get a couple of wards into that side of the jungle. As you can see, FlyQuest trying to deny some of that vision because picks are all they have going for them right now. If they can find, you know, a good Death Realm into a cease and desist, maybe they can kill off Flandre, and then that's a huge gold injection for someone. It's not enough to even out the game, but if Masu gets it, even if Inspired or Whippo gets it, perhaps you can start to swing some of that side lane threat. For now, though, AL doing it by the numbers. Get in, push the vision forward, make sure you have prio in the 2 lanes you're playing around, which they do, top and mid. And FlyQuest have to play so defensively through their own jungle, taking the longer routes, making sure they're safe to try and get some vision down of their own.
Yep, they are praying right now for some sort of opening. But so far, AL not giving to him. Look at the minimap. Again, you saw Inspired down there. It's kind of looking, maybe they could try and make a play onto Flandre. Maybe you can try and pick off one of those side lanes. But Flandre also not giving them that play, so now turning their sights towards the mid.
And maybe catching Tarzan as he tries to gate you off from rejoining your team is an option. The problem is obviously Kaio and Hope can react a lot quicker to this play than to one in that bot side. For now though, FlyQuest unable to find purchase on this mid game. Inspired looking to see if Flandre oversteps, but even if he does, that's a 4-level lead for the Yorick over the Vi. Tarzan even 2 levels up against his lane opponent. Whippo caught out with the pillar. There's the root as well. As Whippo goes down to half HP, flashing away in the end. We'll get the shield. Tarzan with that subjugate doing a huge amount of work. The wave pushed in. Meanwhile, Hope is getting mid-wave in as well, and FlyQuest will be too slow to respond to that. They also have to think about the top inhibitor because that's beginning to be hit by the minions. Tarzan chasing Inspired. Bolt Breaker. Inspired's on the wrong side of this wall, and he might have to flash to get out. Kaya with the double knocker with a Pot Blossom. Hostile takeover hits onto no one. Hope flashing away from Masu, who's on the chase with a face call as well. And perhaps Masu and Busio have found a bit of the fight they were looking for. The Ren comes out. Masu will take down one, gets the bailout as well, but FlyQuest can't find more. Busio walking away wounded, flashes to safety. The Realm Walk looking to chase him as Busio thought he could fancy feed away from it, but the Rune Prison in the end is enough to kill him off. AL find 3. They lose their AD carry, sure, but it looks like they're going to add a little bit more to that skill score. Whippo in the middle of 3 members of AL will try and kill off Tarzan, but Tarzan can flash the wall, and Whippo doesn't have that same luxury. Flandre now dominating 6-0-0 on Yorick.
Yeah, massive with his iconic pick there, and it is going to be the Baron for sure for AL. Absolutely crushing this game in similar fashion. I mean, it's almost like here we go. We're trying to make a big play, but there's no way for him to get past Kyle.
How'd you get in, Mike?
I mean, it's kind of like FlyQuest. They don't really have any other options, so trying to send for the miracle.
A weakness of a comp that picks really well when the people you're trying to kill off are just so much stronger than you, right? They've never been able to find a catch onto Flandre. Shanks as well, yeah, he has died a couple of times this game, but he's not really been the focus. It's been very much about how Flandre is able to play, and sometimes when you look for picks, it can put you in awkward positions like this.
Yep, and so inside the jungle here, looking for the play, you know, FlyQuest want to try and find something, but just a really better response here from AL. Jumping on Inspire, taking him down first, then in the mid lane, even though the Corki goes down, nowhere left for the rest of the team to run.
Very reminiscent of the fights in game 1, except going in the opposite direction. It's like, yes, you can make some good plays, you can find some good catches, but the health bars are just too big for you to work with right now.
Yeah.
AL with that Baron buff for the next 2 minutes, going to push in through this bot side. FlyQuest have 3 members on the top side. They were looking for that tier 2, looking for those objective bounties, but couldn't quite find them. And now, Anyone's Legend have 2 waves pushing in. They've already taken an inhibitor in this bottom lane. The top lane inhib is open for them as well. They take the inhibitor tower in mid. The root's going to land onto Whippo as Tarzan continues to wail away, and Whippo is sent to an early grave by Shanks. Triple inhib is on the cards here for AL if they want it, but they might just look for the Nexus towers. FlyQuest a man down now trying to defend, and I think really Flandre could do it all himself. Double Pot Blossom into the hostile takeover, and Flandre's going to turn around and start hitting his own teammates, but it doesn't really matter because now he dashes back forward, flashes in, gives FlyQuest their last rites. Read out the eulogy as we go to 1-1.
AL bouncing right back in game number 2 with a dominating performance of their own.
And it was dominant. It was a stomp from FlyQuest into a stomp from AL. The draft and the early games really determining how the series has been going so far. The question is now for FlyQuest, do you switch sides? You've been on red both the games. Yes, you won game 1. Do you want the counter pick with Whippo on R3? Do you look towards blue side to get a power pick? Because we are falling lower into that fearless draft. And Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like enjoying MSI ad-free, custom chat emotes, badges, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool as well, directly supporting the leagues and the teams in the LoL Esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This Hui in-game emote. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to break down that game 2.
Thank you so much. Not Like This, also something that Whippo will have been thinking in the beginning of that game, and I think that is exactly where we can start. Emily, what a dream game for Flandre.
Yeah, he was vibing from.
We're just giving him one.
The moment that Whippo decided to go in, right?
Oh.
And you kind of. This is very adorable. You kind of knew what Whippo was going for with that early play, right? Like he recognized, okay, I can go in on this. Unfortunately, ends up missing a lot, and that gives Flandre the edge. And from this point on, he did not look back. He got set up in a side lane. They ended up getting all 3 grubs, and we're about to see Flandre come out on top again.
And I mean, you also have to give credit to Flandre, right? Like, yeah, yes, partially it is the misplay from Whippo. He misses both the E and the Q, but Flandre's also dodging back and forth. He steps through Whippo to get behind him so the Q doesn't hit. Otherwise, it would have been way closer. The other thing I want to touch on is the knock-on effect here meant that because Whippo lost push and he got solo killed, they couldn't swap out of this difficult 2v2 bot like they did in game number 1, which meant that was harder too.
Yeah, and the big thing for me, actually with both of these tops coming into this tournament, was, okay, Yorick has seen a significant amount of nerfs across multiple patches. We've talked about how much pressure this Yorick can have when it sets up in the side lane, and both Flandre and Whippo are huge Yorick proponents, right? But we see Flandre coming out of this 7-0-3, doesn't seem like it got any nerfs whatsoever, right? And again, when stuff would be happening on the opposite side of the map, guess what? Flandre is taking down your inhibitor turret.
Yep, I mean, he played it really, really well. He gets the early solo kill. They get the triple grubs. But I want to talk a bit about the draft.
Just?
You can.
Sorry, I think it was, he like abused the system because the skin was literally the logo of his team.
They just give them a world skin without winning worlds?
Every single time.
Bias?
Sorry to cut you short. What do you have to say about the draft?
The draft to me was kind of interesting because obviously they had a lot of options where they could go. I do not love the Mordekaiser as the answer. I like some of the other answers that we've seen more from Whippo, like the Cho'Gath I think is a really good and kind of fits well in the draft. And I also think that Kalista blind is quite risky. I do think Masu played well from a difficult position, but we've seen this more and more in pro. When you blind Kalista, you're going to be going into comps that are just going to poke you, outrange you. They obviously grabbed the Nico away, which is credit to AL, because I do think FlyQuest were going to be looking for this Nico to pair up with the Kalista to try to circumvent some of that early range weakness.
Yeah, I think the big thing is, again, they picked away the Nico, and even with this counter pick that Whippo was able to have, I actually even would have liked the Scion in particular. I think that's a really good matchup, and you saw the effect of that Nico in the early 2v2, right? Because she was still able to do so much and actually push the Kalista Renata back.
A much better game, I think, also from Kyle in general. Is this something in terms of the choices that are made? I think we need to give credit to Tabe. He has a storied history, but he definitely changed course here. What would be your advice for FlyQuest then? Do you think there's more than just a Kalista, some choices they made that you weren't too happy with?
I mean, to me, I don't think they have to stress it too much. I think the draft was still strong. I think, you know, if they could like go back in time, maybe they would have picked the Nico on 4 and gone Kalista or something else on 5. But obviously it was a good play, a good pick from Tabe. That being said, at the end of the day, I think had Whippo played out this top lane more normally, the bot lane deficit wouldn't have been that big a deal because they would have just lane swapped. He would have had the push, gone bot, we would have seen Maso go top, get out of that matchup, and then they would have gone an even keel. Because once your side lanes both are losing, Inspired can go nowhere, and it's the knock-on effects.
It's very, very difficult. We saw the opposite in game 1. May I ask you, I've seen it now in 2 games. Now, of course, I'm not as familiar as I used to be with Whippo. Is this something that just happens, that he'll die early game?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, he is a player that has so much confidence, and he is going to take these fights, and sometimes it goes amazing, and he's going to stomp the game. Sometimes this happens, and,
sometimes
you know.
maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. Yeah, I've heard that before. So let's look ahead then to the next game in terms of AL. In your experience watching the LPL, since I think we're quite unfamiliar with how this team thrives, right? What is their ideal kind of setup in order to bring us to match point?
I mean, I think the big thing, you saw it here, right? Like, get Flandre on something that really pushes super well in a side lane, and then have a team fight composition where they can really set up for their damage carries in Shanks and Hope. The way they play the map, leveraging Flandre's pressure, I think is really good. Occasionally, he will drop waves to join up for team fights, but we'll see.
Okay, we'll see indeed. FlyQuest, they are going to the blue side, so we'll see a change up when we come back from the break and see if FlyQuest can bring it back.
place your debt. Cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Inspired Vault Breaker inspires on the wrong side of this wall, and he might have to flash to get out. Kaya with the double knocker with the Pop Blossom hostile takeover hits onto no one. Hope flashing away from Masu, who's on the chase with a face call as well. And perhaps Masu and Busio have found a bit of the fight they were looking for. The Ren comes out. Masu will take down one, gets the bailout as well, but FlyQuest can't find more. Busio walking away wounded, flashes to safety. The Realmwork looking to chase him as Busio thought he could fancy feed away from it, but the Rune Prison in the end is enough to kill him off. AL find 3. They lose their AD carry, sure, but it looks like they're gonna add a little bit more to that skill score. Whippo in the middle of 3 members of AL will try and kill off Tarzan, but Tarzan can flash the wall and Whippo doesn't have that same luxury. Flandre now dominating 6-0-0 on Yorick. Now here we are getting ready for game 3. No more Yorick, no more Mordekaiser. You said, Kobe, when we were getting ready for this game, now we see the inventive picks. I'm really wondering what is more inventive than Yorick v Mordekaiser top?
Yeah, let's see what kind of spice we have in store for us as we get deeper into Fearless here. And this series starting out with both teams taking fairly one-sided games in it. puts a lot more emphasis on this next one to determine where we're going, because I believe that FlyQuest chose blue side this time around. So this is going to switch the draft over to their first pick priority, and not really put so much emphasis on those Bwipo counter picks, which we saw in the last one did not definitely work out. And of course, they changed Mordekaiser like a month and a half ago, so the mate actually doesn't come with them, or actually does come with them now again. So we'll see about the changes in the series.
I'm not sure that was the reason the Mordekaiser didn't work into the
No,
Euro.
it was
definitely helped.
It was definitely the juking on the basic abilities.
Yeah, it definitely was. We're just getting ready to get on into the draft. AL eating fly. I mean, that does make sense. Pandas eat bamboo. They eat the leaves.
We're Pokemon-style counter.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
It's like a fighting bear type, killing a grass type, I guess. But Bwipo in good spirits still, it seems. Even after that game too. I mean, you do just have to reset. You have to just get back into the next matchup and get yourself back into the mental state where you feel like you can take on the world. And FlyQuest already showed us in game 1 that they can do exactly that. We are into the draft for game 3, and immediately things changing up a little bit here for FlyQuest. They're going to get rid of the Jason, the Silas, Cassio, Renekton once again for AL.
Does that mean that FlyQuest want to run a Twisted Fate composition or something? Because Silas, it has been one of the big picks into the Twisted Fate, which a lot of teams have been banning and has been some priority.
Very possible. If you do go for Twisted Fate first pick, though, with FlyQuest have been banning Twisted Fate on the red side so far. If you go TF first pick, then Varus is left open for anyone's legend. So you are kind of trading some of the more powerful picks in the meta right now. Will AL read it the same way that you did and get rid of the Twisted Fate themselves? Because if they do that now, then Varus is open for FlyQuest and they can just lock that in.
Let's see. They're debating right now which one they want to give over. And the Poppy, okay. So it's available if they want the global, to make a global comp here. That would usually necessitate that you go like a top lane carry also with it, so you can teleport to it and get Masu on one of those carries. Okay, so they do indeed. Okay, Silas ban was the tell.
Twisted Fate locked in for quad. Will be the first time this spring that we have seen him bring it out. Anyone's legend, obviously the Varus is something that you immediately you think about. Just such a versatile and strong AD carry, whether you build him on hit or if you go for the lethality poke build that we often see. With the Jace band away, though, you have a little bit less poke for AL overall. So they will just lock in the Varus, and then we'll see where they want to go with their second pick here.
Interesting. I mean, Annie is still available too, so there's like a lot of good pairings with the Wukong. If they went for Wukong early here, they could go like Annie or Aurora or something later on and look for one of those big bursty combinations that have become so popular.
I mean, that would make a lot of sense. Just think you could also go for the Akali just to follow the Twisted Fate Destiny.
Those plays are sick.
They're always really fun to watch, but without the Silas, obviously you can't match. By hijacking away that ultimate. I do like the Wukong for Tarzan, one of his favored picks. There's the Jhin, and is that actually just going to be a Jhin Thresh straight away? That would surprise me if we saw Thresh this early on in the draft.
Yeah, I was gonna like theoretically try and cook some stuff for like if you are split pushing, then sometimes you can have these trailing lantern plays that can really help you out and keep the side lanes even more safe, but much more standard here. Go with the Alistar for Busio. This thing has so much value too, because when you have a Twisted Fate, you're thinking that enemies are going to get things like Tenacity and Cleanse to deal with the stun. And so Alistar covers that. If your opponents are going to be getting answers to those gold card stuns, then Alistar knockups have huge value.
Obviously Tenacity can't reduce airbornes, so you have extra time in the air. Azir is the lock for AL, so picking something that can push into that Twisted Fate. Obviously, Twisted Fate should be able to get some push early on. Red card and blue card allowing you just to do a lot of damage to the wave pretty quickly. But eventually, the Azir should be able to just constantly pressure through that mid lane. Nocturne, the first second ban here from AL. Does make sense. When you have the Twisted Fate, you want to get rid of some of those globals, if you're playing into it at least. So That is where AL are going. Bard once again banned away by FlyQuest. Obviously Bard really nice into Jin and into the Twisted Fate.
And so it looks like we are going to be in the world where there's going to be really big scaling team fighting for AL versus can FlyQuest do what AL did last game and get some early leads and split push. Then with the Twisted Fate, then with some long range there with Jin.
How are they going to do it though? Because at the moment it feels like they just need to...
They're not going to do it with the Nocturne, you know, for that extra global, so that was a good ban.
Yeah, the Nocturne, the Lee band away as well, but it's more of a... Usually you can see a way through the draft that FlyQuest can get early leads. And at the moment, it's like, well, we don't get counterpick top lane. We don't get counterpick support because that's support's going to get locked in by AL, and we already have the Alistar anyway. So unless AL go for their top laner here instead of just picking support, which seems a little bit odd to me when you can just last pick, unless you think FlyQuest are going to take the sign themselves.
Flandre is very happy to play weak side tanks, no problem.
Okay. So I guess you do get counterpick top lane, and then you can try and play through top. Didn't work out too well for Bwipo in game 2, but AL have given them the option. Is Inspired going to crack out the Fiddlesticks?
It's got to be something spicy here from FlyQuest. This Twisted Fate as well hasn't found too much success yet.
Looks like they're going to go for the Cho'Gath first. Give a little bit more time.
Yeah, it's not that big. Obviously not like this big carry champion or anything. It's just good into other tanks. Can constantly like interrupt the Qs from Sion. Stack up. So Inspired it's on Inspired to be a carry champion here.
Yeah, he really needs to be a carry, right? You need something that has good burst potential if you're going to play around mid, which is going to be hard because the Azir can just shuffle away. It's going to be Viego, which is a very strong carry, and if you start to get those resets, you can really take over a game.
Yeah, I mean, he did it in Europe, you know? It was that famous Viego play from him. So we'll see if he can do it here on the international stage. This comp here, they do have, lots of playmaking with the Twisted Fate, with the Jin. And like you say, if the Viego can play off a couple of those lanes here, maybe get some resets, and FlyQuest going to try and control the map. But AL have a really insanely strong 5-on-5 scaling comp here available to them. So
it's just so strong. Like, you look at it, you have two solid tanks in the Braum and the Sion, obviously, who'll just become incredibly tanky as the game goes on. You have great late game damage from the Azir. The Varus obviously has good poke to get you down early, and then you have disengage from the Braum and the Wukong as well if you want it. So I look at the AL comp, and I think if it's even coming to 30 minutes, I take that comp 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest going to have to snowball here. Taking a comp that requires a lot of execution, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on them here in game number 3.
Non-subscribers will see you in 30 seconds, but as you say, a huge amount of weight on these FlyQuest players' shoulders. You can see Masu's family there in the crowd. Masu, my goat, my brother and son, I think is what the sign said.
They've got so much support. It's been really nice to see here in Vancouver.
A huge amount of support for AL as well, though. I've seen lots of their fans out in the audience. A lot of people celebrating them on their first international journey. You have to remember, like, Shanks and Kyle have never been to an international before.
Yeah.
Some rookie nerves for these players. This entire FlyQuest roster, this is their 3rd in a row, only missing out on first stand to TL earlier this year. They made last MSI and Worlds, where, as we like to say, they almost took down Gen G with some spicy picks here. Quad caught out with the Winter's Bite, but it's going to be stunned. Okay, that's a little bit more health than perhaps he wanted to lose.
Collapsing.
FlyQuest are looking to collapse Tarzan here across the wall, and we'll spot out the fact that Inspired and Whipple were on their way. The sweeper gets Kyle and AL a couple of wards, whereas Busi only takes 1 down himself.
All right, so there's going to be time for the recall here, the reset for quad. And they did clear out the ward, so a little information advantage there with the Raptor ward going down, but nothing too big. And again, this game is going to look a lot at, can AL scale into it? Can FlyQuest get anything done here with the Twisted Fate, with the Viego?
where are we looking if we're FlyQuest? Because Inspired is pathing down towards the bot side, and my instinctual reaction is, yeah, go towards the people with lower mobility. Obviously, Varus, no mobility on that champion. It's one of the easier lanes to gank, but you also have a Braum there, which is always really hard to kill because of the passive with those concussive blows. So I think that's where Inspired is going to spend most of his early game looking for ganks.
Yeah, that and mid, quite possibly there. Get some setups. If you can open up Quad's mid lane here by throwing some ganks towards the Azir, maybe get a summoner spell or something like that, then it really does kind of snowball, because obviously when Twisted Fate gets to level 6, then you can kind of transfer that power. So those two lanes, kind of the main lanes for possible options early on. And since Tarzan is pathing up towards the top side of the map, Inspired should be able to, you know, look for bottom side Scuttle Crab and stuff like that.
I wonder if Tarzan has felt the trend of this series with Whippo dying early in, well, first in both the first 2 games. I think so. Maybe a first blood up there for me once again. Whippo, though, is going to be able to place a ward in the tri-bush here, so should be fine. It's pinged out by AL. Busio going in for the knockup onto Hope. Kael goes back in with the Winter's Bite, but doesn't connect as Masu swiftly sidesteps it and avoids any concussive blows.
Trying to fight for a wave right now, too. They do get their level up.
Busio, good look for Kael here. Look at the knockup onto him, and the root follows up. Busio's going to be stunned up. Kaya has to flash away from Masu. Does land the Winter's Bite just beforehand. Inspired on his way across as well. Masu flashes away. Busio down to 100 HP. Hope still has a flash of his own, but Kael does not. Another couple of autos from Inspired would be enough. And the long-range deadly flourish from Masu finds its mark. FlyQuest on the board.
Oh, there you go, Medic. FlyQuest who said they have to get stuff done early. They have to look towards the side of the map. They do, and they just barely have enough damage to get it done with the deadly flourish at the end to finish it off.
Huge from FlyQuest as well. He talks about snowballing, the ability to get Masu ahead, who has just been such a solid performer for them over the last couple of years. His Worlds 2024 was great. His season so far this year has been absolutely exceptional. If you can get him ahead on this Jhin, he can absolutely shred through AL. You need to also be able to get the rest of your team ahead, because eventually Flandre and Kael will be too tanky for you to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the power spike of getting that early serrated Dirk too is so nice for him. Now, on the support recall timers, though, we're going to have them meet up.
Busio spotted out by Control Ward, and Kael pings him out. Just trying to keep him away from his mid lane. Quad is on the losing side of a lot of trades in mid right now, as Shanks has built up about a 3 CS lead. Nothing too monumental right there. Whippo only just ticking over to level 5. If it was closer to level 6, might have kill threat on Flandre with that feast. Obviously doing a huge amount of true damage.
Yeah, and Busio showing off his phase rush tech on the Alistar there versus Braum with their little support battle as well. But in the end, the ward stands. AL, they have their control ward there. So it is information that is known as well. They can go clear it out there. The pings go down.
So, with the junglers going through their second clears, Inspired will take out that control ward. Obviously stood for a little bit longer than they would have wanted it to. Shanks here might actually just be able to pick up a plate under Quad's nose. Inspired Spectrum Wars across the wall, I think just to make sure the Drake is there. It's one of those, we haven't seen Tarzan in a while, we don't have the best tracking on him, but because they know he's not on the Drake, they then immediately ping the Krugs and say, oh, he must be here right now, must have just gone for that full clear up towards top.
Wukong looking for his level 6, looking for his full clear here, so you can actually have some real nice combat power. Previous to that, of course, just looking for the smooth level ups. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, where we did have our early action, playing very respectful here as they move up.
Masu as well, going to be 11 CS up with 3 to play for here for Hope. So going to be about 7 or 8 when these waves are finally cleared out. On his way to that level 6 as well, will be there a little bit sooner than his lane opponent. Inspired pathing up towards top once again. Looks like he's just going to play for the scuttle.
Yeah, I mean, they've got their level 6 Twisted Fate, so now is one of those dangerous times here for AL. They saw Twisted Fate kind of leak up to the top side, so bottom lane actually is free to push in. but they're looking for it. The level 6 Viego combining with the Twisted Fate to get the shove out on the lane. And that's what we're talking about as far as unlocking the Twisted Fate. Help them get the push on the lane, then you can transfer your pressure over.
Also just about denying vision in this fog of war as well to allow Quad a little bit more flexibility. If he's on a ward, it's a lot easier for AL to just back away. Where if he's in the fog of war, it's like, well, we could push up, we can try and get this wave, but maybe Quad is on his way down. If you can gank with the Twisted Fate without having to use the Destiny as well, more power to you. It gives you more tools in your toolkit for later on. Overall, FlyQuest out to a very mild early lead, about 400 gold ahead or so. Master's going to lose a couple of minions to this tower, but we'll still have a 3 CS lead.
Yeah, slowly but surely you heard an "ah" go out from the crowd. Doesn't quite get that one, but we will see about the Grubs. Right now, we're getting the swap early from AL. Sending Hope up there first. Kyle here on the roam is spotted. And we'll see if we actually have the fight, because Masu's still finishing up, pushing out that bottom wave that is going to get answered by the teleport. And Jin can kind of walk over. He has the early boot upgrade here, so with Boots of Swiftness, he can actually run over very quickly to get within range of Jin's ult.
Whippo doesn't have the teleport right now, but half the cooldown left on that. So if a fight happens in the next couple of minutes, it will be a 4v4 up towards this top side. Shanks is getting push in mid, building up towards that Nash's tooth. Hope holding the wave a little bit in the top lane, isn't shoving it out immediately as he sees the minions. Instead, just waiting to make sure that he has it pushed in at the timer that AL want to play for the Grubs.
And Flandre, since he uses teleport down bottom side, he pushes the wave and then looks for Scion ultimate. Him kind of hovering there through river, sees Inspired start up this Drake and try and go for the trade. So I wonder if they want to try and delay as well.
I think Flandre just wants to keep Inspired a little bit busy. See if you can distract him from the dragon, as the Grubs have been secured by AL. Inspired forced away, and the collapse coming in from AL means that the neutral objective trade will not occur.
Yeah, very good defense there from AL. Doing enough damage there with the dragon to be able to push Inspired off. Even with Whippo kind of walking up on over, they can't get the objective on the other side. So AL here looking pretty strong early on with the Fortress, even though the first blood went over to FlyQuest. Let's see if FlyQuest can get their Twisted Fate ultimate operational, if they can get their play onto the side of the map. Eventually they'll return to the dragon after that delay.
Yeah, the first Destiny feels vital in this game, right? If you can get Masu a couple of kills, if you can get him 500, 600 gold ahead, you're in a really strong spot. Flandre here, Unstoppable Onslaught will slam into Whippo. Spectral Maul flashed away by the AL top laner. Inspired gets that summoner out with the help of Whippo.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre has to respect the burst damage there with a Cho'Gath ultimate and with a Viego ultimate. So definitely necessary flash from him, but it does mean FlyQuest again didn't want to...
Destiny. They know that Kyle is not here. Hope flashes away. There's the cleanse, but the curtains have opened and swiftly will close on Hope as FlyQuest get their second kill on the board.
Masu hitting the first couple of shots there with the ultimate to get those slows after he cleansed out on the stun. Critical here in FlyQuest, getting a kill, getting a successful use of the Twisted Fate ultimate, and once again getting a little bit more money for themselves.
It's a 500 gold lead basically for Quad now in that mid lane. Obviously part of that from the TF passive, as Busio is going to find Kyle, who went for that TP from the Unsealed Spellbook. Should be able to walk his way away from this one, and does so with the help of Tarzan, just dashes to his jungler.
Meanwhile, pushing in on the other side as well, so Whippo here on Cho'Gath gets bot side priority. Inspired though is clearing up to the top side, so once again it's probably just going to be fight over vision here. After they push through mid lane and push on bottom lane. Inspired's got to keep his farm up, stay strong in this one, so when they go for their big play, they'll be able to have enough damage to do so.
Busio kept around there. Quad likely just to TP up, and he does immediately to this top lane tower. The Destiny about half of his cooldown left. Hope unable to claim that second plate in mid, as Shanks is kept around by the wild cards.
All right, there it is.
Yeah, the Triforce for Inspired. Is that what you were gonna?
Yeah, big power spike for him. That's that burst damage we were talking about for the big Viego play. Question is,
where?
Are they going to be able to rotate the Twisted Fate over out of vision of AL? Because there is decent, like, deep side red quadrant vision for AL. I believe Busio is clearing some of it out right now. He is retaking their red quadrant side at the moment, really trying to make a pathway for them to be able to pull this play off. Rotated, of course, Masu over to the mid lane here. Jin with a lot of reach, too, to be able to make that play. Shanks, though, just continuing to farm up. Big thing here for AL is keep the farm up on the Azir. Even with the nerfs, this champ scales so nicely. Okay, the Scuttle Crab, that's about it.
Yeah, it was just making sure that they secured it there. Didn't want Tarzan getting in. Busio knew, as you said, with the phase rush, that he can go in, headbutt Pulverize, and then just run his way out. So happy enough just to make sure that Inspired is getting as much gold as he can. About a 15 CS lead, which is 4 camps, essentially. Quad's going to land the stun onto Flandre, not going to be able to work his way through that Soul Furnace shield. As you can see, Flandre already at 490 stacks on that Scion.
Flandre stacking up, Shanks keeping his farm up, as we said. You know, he's over the 10 CS per minute mark on the Azir, and this champion just scales so well. So versatile, but FlyQuest here, again, looking for the mid priority first.
And I think if you're FlyQuest, you're really thinking about this dragon. You're saying, hey, how can we make things happen? Well, dragon stacking is one of the key ways of doing that. It's really late for a first Drake if you want to force plays before the 2-3 item mark on this AL lineup. So getting it now, getting it as soon as possible, or at least trying to make the tempo or trying to speed up the pace of the game a little bit would be really nice for them. AL, though, very happy on the resets coming out from FlyQuest just to take a Drake for themselves. It will be their first of the game, the first of the game in totality, and it will be an Ocean going into their back pockets.
The Fortress comp gets some extra little healing with the little Ocean Dragon as well. Nice for them. And a fairly late pickup on that Dragon means
13 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to be very far away from soul stacking. It is going to come down to the mid game. Can FlyQuest make any sort of avenue towards some of the towers here to open it up? Looks like committing quad down to the bottom side of the map.
It's just really difficult for FlyQuest, right? Because you're hard engaged the Alistar, which does work really well with tower dives. If you can Destiny in as well, you do have a lot of hard CC, but there's enough wave clear on AL that they can just kind of clear the wave and walk away. And unless you are really forcing to make a play happen, it's a really tricky situation to be in. You're not far enough ahead as FlyQuest to be forcing these double tower dives, single tower dives, but you do need to keep the pace of the game a little bit more accelerated.
I mean, everybody's on first item right now, right? So they are, well, here we go.
Flandre unstoppable sort away. And that's also an issue with it. Azir and the Scion can just walk away from your plays. Or run away, I guess.
Quad had spellbooked over to heal, so he was trying to run in front of the train to try and block the ultimate, but couldn't get that either. So a little slight swing and a miss there.
You do get the ultimate out of the Scion. No real objective to play for on that bottom side of the map right now. The Rift Hold had been started by AL, but it's just going to reset. Flandre's joined up here, the Destiny coming out. Looking behind here, Quad immediately has to flash. Regrets that decision, pretty sharpish. As now he's walking away. AL, well, everyone's still full HP here, but I think with Quad not having that summoner anymore, FlyQuest a little bit less likely to take the fight.
And just poking around up here, still trying to fish to see if they can get any sort of angle, but Sion and Braum are quite good at blocking these plays. And then AL make the call, okay, fine, let's send Shanks immediately quicker up to the side lane, get more farm on the Azir, keep the Azir pushing, and nobody really exposing themselves for a pick.
Always one of the risks when you play into very coordinated teams. Good silence there from Whippo. Won't be able to put too much more damage down. Is because you have voice comms, because you have played with these guys for so long, it's really easy just to call, hey, we don't know where the enemy jungler is, just back away. Just don't overstep, we can play the other side of the map. And you have trust in your teammates to play the other side of the map, whereas in solo queue perhaps you can't. TP coming down towards the bottom side inside is lying in wait.
Is this the beginning of the action? Here we go.
Shanks has the Emperor's Divide, will chase Inspired out. There's the Smite Spectral Morph for the Stun Heartbreaker available to him as well. And he dodges across. Inspired possesses his soul. Quad dies, but Inspired survives. And they get those 3 kills on the board. Inspired looking for the tower here as well for that feat of warfare as AL took the Rift Herald. Inspired should be able to take the turret, and that will be feats for FlyQuest. Rift Herald charging through mid. And the mid tier 1 will fall as well. AL about 5 seconds late to the play. FlyQuest claim the feats of warfare. They'll get another charge into the mid tower here as Tarzan continues to push in. AL maybe just looking for the tier 2 here as Hope begins to open up as well. Masu can't defend, only has the Collector right now, and that's 2 quick towers over to the LPL #1 seed.
Yeah, those Void Grubs, the Void Mites doing a lot of work there. AL pushed down pretty heavily, grabbing 2 for themselves. So they got a bit of money back with the Azir going 1 for 1 under the tower, and then the 2 towers they're investing Rift Herald. So they're keeping their economy up on their scaling team fight, despite FlyQuest going for the play onto the bottom side and getting a tower down, which they do need to open up this, this map to be able to play with. But Azir just kind of replants the tower.
Yeah. Just grows out of nothing as he puts the Sun Disc down. Obviously, mid tower, much better at opening up the map, gives you a lot more ways into the enemy jungle, can get that vision in a lot easier because you don't have to worry about coming back out through mid lane through the watchful gaze of those towers. Next Dragon up in 30 seconds time. As we said, Sol very late in this game, but my expectation is now AL will be pretty comfortable with the way the game is going and can choose to play around these Drakes. And if FlyQuest really force into a play, AL could just back away and say, okay, you can take it. We don't have to take all of these dragons early on.
Yeah, definitely no necessity there because they've got so much comfort as it goes on. Meanwhile, like you're thinking maybe the Varus or something will overextend, but he's got his cleanse, he's got his flash ready. Easily push out mid-wave, and since they have their own mid-tower, easy rotation over here for AL.
Yeah, you can see how deep Masu has to stand in that mid-wave to catch the wave, right? He has to be all the way back behind the Razorbeaks, as Busio perhaps looking for an engage here as the Drake is secured by AL. IO stepping forward, Chain of Corruption only onto Busio. He'll have the Unbreakable Will if he needs to pop it. Trample coming out as well. There's a Destiny behind them as Tarzan was the target, but they only find the clone. And FlyQuest invest the Destiny and don't find much out of it. Also, Whippo coming down from the top lane means that Sion will have a little bit of time with the tower. Inspired caught out with the Smite. Sion actually TPing down. Whippo's going to join the fight as well with a teleport of his own. Tarzan with the Cyclone has to flash away. The knock up from Kyle is massive. Inspired falls before he can possess anyone. Shanks with the Emperor's Divide across the wall, but Busio's going to knock him back against the wall himself. Masu will get the kill onto Shanks alongside Whippo, but now it's only he and Whippo to defend against 4 members of anyone's legend. Whippo will fall. AL will find 4. Only Masu stands tall.
Yeah, they tried to go for the reset. They sent here on Tarzan. Let's take a look at it. Inspired trying to get it, but he actually goes down first. So they use the exhaust. Tarzan buys time by flashing over, and Kyle comes in and saves Tarzan there, so they can't get their reset. And since the double teleport's on the bot side, nowhere for FlyQuest to go. AL just so strong in this one. They didn't let FlyQuest any opportunities early on, and so they close the trap here on the bottom side of the map now.
And that's what we were saying, right? Like, AL can choose the fight on their terms. Obviously, good play from Inspired at the start to try and get the kill, but as soon as it starts swinging AL's favor, it's so hard for FlyQuest to disengage.
Yeah, that might be big swinging point here for AL. Because there hasn't been too much pressure put out by FlyQuest. AL were so good in answering a lot of the early plays, remaining calm, just keep on farming away. Now you've got your multiple items on so many members, both carries, on front Flandre as well, the mega front line. So FlyQuest here have to continue to look for something as far as the burst goes. Otacon will be the possibility here for somebody to make a play, but now, like, AL, they don't have to give you anything. Right now, they're going to keep their teleport Azir up on the top side of the map to be able to answer, and they're kind of just keeping watch, you know?
Just letting Shanks get up towards that third item. It's cloth armor, so I assume it's going to be a Seeker's. See if he finishes the entire Zhonya's. Tarzan looking for Inspired. There's a level deficit, but it's just because Inspired has been farming up his jungle so well. Tarzan very involved in the game so far. Next Drake in 2 minutes. It's Chem Soul for the first time this series. Last couple of games it's been Mountain. Busio jumped on, puts down to the Unbreakable as Kyle is the one who's caught. Glacial Fisher coming out as well. Unstoppable Onslaught is only going to hit onto Whippo. Cyclone in, but Inspired's already killed off Kyle. And with Quad coming in with the Destiny, the knockback onto Tarzan as well. Flandre falling low. There's a feast available. Whippo flashes forward and he'll nom that Wukong. Shanks next up. Emperor's Divide coming out with the curtain call. Will spell curtains for him. FlyQuest have begun to fight back.
They found their pick. They start to get some kills. And that should be a rotation over towards Otacon. FlyQuest here really needing to make something happen, and they do. When the pressure is on, that is some gold back for themselves. Can they turn it into the actual objective, though? Flandre and Hope, they call for the teleport from Kyle. Braum is back.
I mean, but Whippo can just be a frontline. Spectral Maw coming out as well. Inspired trying to steal away Flandre, who has to flash away. Kyle now stepping forward, but AL realize they cannot contest the Otacon. FlyQuest get the neutral, get a small gold lead, and are back in this game.
The double collector team. Inspired had finished his collector. Masu also had his Lord Doms plus his collector. And they actually go through the Braum, finishing it off for the first reset here. Whipple coming over, and the teleport answer there for AL does come in a little bit later, but the snowball to the fight already began with FlyQuest jumping on that pick, actually bursting down Kyle, and then making their rotation over. So let's see if the Otacon power here, the flower power, is going to be enough for them.
It's a big question because everything we talked about in draft still stands. AL still have really good scaling. FlyQuest still need to be able to snowball games, or snowball the game a little bit, but we have seen if they can catch one person out, Inspired's resets throughout a fight can turn the battle on its head.
And the teleport from the Azir is a critical summoner spell, so that plus the money and stuff that they got in the last fight for FlyQuest might be something that they can leverage. They actually invest the teleport now from Whippo to get over here for the next Drake. But Flandre has his own to answer as well as his ulti, so if AL can get everyone there on time, it's going to be difficult for FlyQuest, and they want to look for a little bit more focus fire here if they can get anyone early.
See Flandre setting up for that unstoppable onslaught. Tarzan going the long way round back through his own jungle. AL don't really have much vision here. There's control ward in as Busio goes in. There's the Unbreakable. Glacial Fisher hits only onto the back line. Whipper looking for the beast. Kyle flashing out and Inspired's already down. So the resets are not on the menu here for FlyQuest. Whipper looking for the knockup. He won't land it, but he will sacrifice his life to keep Masu alive. Hope with a triple, and it is extinguished for FlyQuest.
Yeah, in the straight up 5v5 showdown, the stare down, that is going to be very difficult to snowball. Kyle is able to flash out there. You know, FlyQuest, they try and just go straight for their reset right on the front line and burst down the Braum again, but Kyle just flashes out. And so the fortress there for AL does stand strong this time around. They get their third dragon, and they can move over to Baron.
It's also, like, Inspired was just so far forward that if he dies first, it doesn't matter if you get people low. It doesn't matter if you can feast someone and begin that reset train, because there's no one there to possess for the resets. AL will get the Baron. They'll extend their gold lead to about 3k. While this is happening, Masu is pushing through bot, but AL wrests control of the game out of FlyQuest's hands. TP coming out as well to stop the chance of Masu even taking that tower. He is forced away by Flandre.
See if they can, yeah, here's another look at it. So again, like, this comp is so much for burst damage, so they can try and get their reset. And let's look at the focus. They do get over, they combo most of it, they go for the feast to soften them up, but look at that. Inspired takes to move right after the ult in, and then the flash out meant no extra kill.
I'd have to watch it again, but I think Whippo was Chain of Corruption just outside of feast range. So he couldn't get the feast onto Kyle because he was just outside of range. I'd have to rewatch it, but obviously someone can rewind the YouTube video. And if you get that initial reset onto Kyle, maybe then Inspire can take over the fight with the Unbreakable, with the Winter's Bite. It's a very close affair until obviously AL were able to turn that fight in their favor. Now, There's a lot of standing gold on the map for them as well, only taking 2 towers so far, both of those in the mid lane. Means if they do want to play through these sides, there's a lot of gold in those turrets to be claimed.
All right, well, frame by frame, we got to see if we can get that big chunk of burst damage down if they want to get their reset. But with the Baron buff, that has got to be lots of extra pressure here. The 4-1 split push, Sion easily able over to usher up the mid lane as well. So here comes the fortress, here comes the siege. Wait, they're making a 2-member move over towards Flandre. Looks like they do call it off. Again, investing a lot, into the second War Doms here for Inspired. So FlyQuest Clear are like, hey, we are going to do our burst comp through whatever frontline member is furthest engaged.
Yeah.
And
just if it works, it works.
If it works, it works. Just try and full send and try and get your chains going. If it doesn't,
oh, chain of corruption going down onto Whippo. There's the Sun Disc as well as AL will just gain control of this top side, using their ultimates pretty freely there to make sure that they could take that tier 2. They want to reset and go down towards that bottom side. For the moment, FlyQuest have been able to withstand a little bit of this storm. Unstoppable Onslaught coming out from Flandre, just clearing the wave, making sure that FlyQuest can't get any gold for themselves. So objective bounties, so those towers obviously would give them a little bit of a gold infusion.
yeah, AL have been so good with their economy here, looking after each wave, keeping their income really, really high here. So many stacks there for Flandre. Keeping their carries very strong. Hope almost the 2,000 individual gold lead over his counterpart with that Poke Varus.
Yeah, Kyle with 1,000 gold lead as well. Yes, it's talking about the important
the
champions.
support wallet diff.
Building up towards that second item. Next Drake is a minute and a half away. It would be Soul for AL. I think Chem Soul doesn't matter too much in a game like this, but obviously really nice to have an extra damage reduction.
I mean, honestly, if they are trying to go to burst you low and get someone really low real quick.
That's true. I just don't think, like, I'm at the point now where I think AL have to misplay a team fight for them to get low. You know? That's the kind of position I'm feeling for FlyQuest here. Quad gonna pop the Ghost to get through that unsealed spellbook, run his way down towards this bottom lane and just try and clear out this wave. No real waves pushing actually for AL on the rest of the map, so Whipper has a bit of time with that top lane tier 2, and looks like AL are just going to back away. Flandre is on his way across. There's a teleport available for Shanks if he does want a TP here, but he's going towards mid lane. Actually, that is Kyle with a TP from the unsealed spellbook. Shanks is recalling now, and FlyQuest will be able to get themselves a little bit of gold. It's 1,000 in total for them. Shrinks that gold lead to about 2.3k.
All right, and AL down there in position, awaiting the arrival of that Dragon Soul. It's only 22 seconds away. Whippo has teleport though. Teleport and feast are ready. But this delay means that FlyQuest are going to have to work through some enemy territory. The approach might be fairly difficult for them. AL set up really nicely first.
They just don't really have the vision, as you say. Like, Troll Ward here that Whippo has to clean out. He is tanky enough that he can walk in a little bit, but with the Destiny coming out as well, Quad will gain a bit of vision for FlyQuest. They have control of the mid lane wave if they want it. Tarzan looking to start up the Drake. Masu putting the damage down onto Flandre. Good knock up from the Rupture as well, as Tarzan might be able to get a flank here. Could have decoyed over the wall and then gone for the Cyclone on that backline. At the moment though, AL just have their meatballs in the front of the composition. It's all on Flandre to just stand in the way of FlyQuest. Kyle there as well with the Unbreakable. Glacial Fisher coming out. Whippo looking for the steal. Can just get in with that beast. Tarzan though with the Cyclone onto the backline immediately. Quad flashes away. Inspired looking for the resets. He's going to steal away the Wukong. And Flandre's almost down as well. He goes into the zombie form. The chase continues here for FlyQuest. Whippo and Masu trying to do everything they can. But Shanks puts up a wall. Whippo on Shanks is a triple for Shanks. Flashes away from the Rupture. A quadra for Shanks. But he's not going to be able to find more. Whippo trying to chase him down. The Rupture. And that's Whisker away from connecting in the end. A 4-for-4 exchange across the two teams.
Oh, the Godzilla choke at the end. Can't chase down the last member, but we're going to have to return to this soul. We're going to have to get right back to it. Now there's going to be no feast for Whippo, but the early resets do come out as they reapproach the soul. Okay, here's another look at it. Again, they're looking to go through the front line, so they start working on Flandre, trying to chuck him down. The Chains of Corruption went wide at the beginning, And then they go for this play from Tarzan. He jumps into the cluster, gets the triple knockup, then clones over, but Quad's able to find him for the burst damage. So they do get the first kill there. Inspire starts trying to reset, but Hope on the bottom side, you see him free firing from the bottom side, doing so much damage. Meanwhile, Shank's able to peel for himself, and it comes down to him with the Quadra. Yeah,
it's so close. It is so close for FlyQuest in that moment.
He wasn't quite able to finish it and get back onto Shanks. Shanks Azir, that has been farming up so much this game, stood tall with the Quadra.
Still has that Seeker's arm guard as well. Crazy that he didn't use that in the previous sequence.
Dude, that was a lot more exciting of a fight than I thought it was going to be. Like, AL actually here on the attempt number 2 on this Dragon Soul.
Busio has the Hex Splash. He jumps in, only hits on Kyle though, and that's not really the target you want. Flounder going in with the double onslaught. The Chem Soul is secured by Tarzan. Bribbo's killed off Flandre. The Inspired going for the resets. Heartbreaker's in. The Emperor survives once again. As Bribbo pulls low, the Cyclone off the backline, and this should be it. For anyone's Legends, they find the kills they're looking for. Tarzan comes back to life, and only Masu and Quad are left alive. Masu chased out, pops the cleanse, but Shanks will pop his life and can chase him down. Tarzan going forward as well. Tarzan in the end will secure it. It was another close fight for FlyQuest, but in the end, AL just have the superior composition.
AL so much better here. I mean, look at the Dragon though. I think that was the pressure point. This thing is sitting at 74 health, and then Tarzan autos it to finish it off. And then this time around, it's not really close for the reset chain, because look at Shanks, the peel right there for the backline. He keeps himself and Hope alive. Really critical plays in back-to-back fights from Shanks.
MasterCard priceless moment of the game there for AL. They secure the Chem Soul, they'll get the Baron off the back of it as well. And although FlyQuest fought valiantly, fought with all their might around that Chem Soul, now with a 5,000 gold lead and Baron, AL should be able to push in towards these inhibitors. FlyQuest will have to find something pretty special to fight back.
Yeah. See if they can do it. I mean, just again, keep looking for your reset comp to, reset off of some sort of frontline kill member.
I mean, it's worked, right? Inspired so close in that first Soul fight to getting the kill onto Shanks. And if he gets that, it's an entirely different state of affairs.
Yeah, they can't really do it anymore because Shanks got his arm guard here. This Azir is so strong. Meanwhile, you've got your spell shield for Hope, so let's see. AL with the power of this soul at their back too does so much to ward off this burst combo from coming through.
Chain of Corruption going down alongside the Cyclone. TP coming in as well from Flandre. He looks to join the fight. Whippo falls though, and that's your tank dead for the next minute. AL now with the Baron up minions can push in for these inhibitor towers. FlyQuest are going to cede control of it. The inhibitor in the mid lane raised to the ground by AL. Masu sidestepping the piercing arrow there, but anyone's Legend look for the win. Seems like it. They have one cannon minion wave to work off. Andre stepping forward, no damage really to the Nexus towers yet. Now Hope rectifies that. Tarzan jumps onto Inspired, who still has the GA. Andre tanking up the tower, GA coming out for Inspired, but the collapse begins. Chain of Corruption just short. Busio goes in with a knockup, but AL continue to push forward. Busio down. Tarzan dodges away. Masu secures him, but he falls for it. The Nexus in their eyes. AL will go one game away from cleaning out the series.
AL, strong and controlled game from them. FlyQuest try and go for some burst comp, but unable to make it work.
For FlyQuest, it was so close at moments. Like, we thought they needed to snowball a little bit. Yeah, the fights around the Soul, so close, but in the end, AL were able to come out just on top. The question for FlyQuest is, what do you change for Game 3? You pick blue side this Game 4, so you pick blue side this game. Do you switch back to red? It seems to be working, getting the counter pick for Bwipo. Though in Game 2, I guess you could argue it didn't work as well as you'd wanted to. Like, do you need to change things up, or is it a couple of small changes that have to be made? It's a back and forth game, seeing AL to match point. Shocks, what's the desk got for us?
Well, we've got elation on one side for, I think, Emily, because she wants to see both teams win. So she's happy who gets the match point either side. I think Isaac is a little bit more deflated just
You know
because...
what? I'm doing fine.
Right,
I feel like they're actually playing really well. It was a fun game to watch. I thought that with the composition they had, when FlyQuest got a little bit behind, they were going to get completely bulldozed, but they were able to keep it close, and I'm pretty happy with how they've been playing. So it's been honestly a really fun series to watch.
I believe you.
League
I
of
believe you.
Legends.
You know, you are literally the picture on X of like the room's on fire.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
It's totally fine. Regardless, I do agree with you. Again, though, we see kind of the counterpunch from FlyQuest. But we gotta say that Anyone's Legend was kind of sovereign, I think, in this game, right, Emily?
Yeah, I mean, AL really absorbed the pressure super, super well. I think, why are you laughing at me?
I don't know. You were giving me a look.
He asked me if I'm fine, and I'm fine.
Emily's mad dogging me. What? She's trying to intimidate me here.
Anyways, go ahead, Emily.
Gosh, coming out of this, I think the huge thing for AL was a lot of their teamfight setups, right? We saw when they weren't able to get those teamfight setups, actually FlyQuest were able to crawl their way back in. But with this beefy front line, I think Azir and Varus hitting on the backside of every team fight was really what ended up tearing FlyQuest apart. And like you said, they were kind of on a timer with damage.
I agree. There's a couple of team fights that I want to talk about in particular, starting with this one where AL proved that every second counts, beating out FlyQuest in the first major team fight thanks to the reliable Cisco network and the TPs arriving in time.
Yeah, the big thing, Tarzan is going in here, but then both Bwipo and Flandre are going to TP into the bot side. Flandre gets here first, and Inspired is already almost dead by the time he even gets into the team fight. And the big thing to watch in these team fights, whenever Azir and Varus are able to kind of free hit, especially Hope in this particular one, it is going to be disaster for FlyQuest. And I thought it was a really neat pincer move with the Scion coming in. Flandre, sometimes even as we saw in their playoffs, would like drop whole waves on Scion to join up.
He's gonna be there.
Team fights. He will make sure he is there.
I like
to support his team.
Yeah.
Oh, good. He's backing his team up.
Absolutely. I wanted to talk about another fight as well. It was one that came after this because I kind of was looking at it like you were, I think, where after that fight goes bad for FlyQuest, you're like, all right, well, they've kind of been outscaled. You had to get out you had to get out to a big early lead. You're probably cooked. But I did think that FlyQuest was able to really make some admirable fights happen even from this disadvantage. So I wanted to go back to what was the initial first fight over the fourth dragon here. You know, it was not the second fight. And so I want to really highlight how Tarzan was playing this. So Tarzan was playing on the low side, and you can see that Hope as well as Shanks are kind of guarding this way. So what they're trying to do here is they're actually trying to push Masu down to this side so that Tarzan can get an engage kind of like right over the wall into here. So the initial play, I think, was really good. The setup was great from AL. We can start to roll this forward. And we are going to see that Flandre, I think, you know, he is positioning very confidently because he knows he's so tanky. So what FlyQuest are doing is they're just taking free damage on the Scion. They get a really good chunk on him. So by the time that Tarzan actually goes for the engage, you look at the HP, there's already quite a bit missing. So the engage comes in, really nice initial engage, but Masu is staying safe on the side. He is free hitting. Critically though, on the other side, it is Shanks. Notice how Kyle repositions with him. He is always protecting his carry. He knows that the Azir is where you are gonna win the fight. You always move to protect the Azir, to create that space. So even though FlyQuest played it out, I think really, really well, AL was so clear on what their win conditions were in the fight. They were trying to manipulate the positioning very well. And as a result, they still win out that fight. They get the quadra on the Azir, and he was just unstoppable.
I want to give some props also to Shanks, also amazing pirate name. But in terms of kind of being a rookie on the international stage and having the pressure you have as an LPL first seed, you know this of course firsthand, Emily, the fact that he has a presence of mind in those fights, that he's, you know, just not losing the plot, because you could actually throw the game here.
Yeah, and Shanks has been, I've been kind of waiting for him to make it to an international for a really long time, right?
So is he.
This is the prodigious mid laner upcoming from WE Academy.
Between the games on match point? I don't know about that.
LDL
Don't go on Twitter. Like,
what? He's studying.
He's watching VODs.
Sorry. I'm just sorry. I get tilted always when I go on that website, so I don't want to wish it on anyone. Sorry.
Everyone tweet him nice things.
Yes, right now.
No, that's okay. I don't have time.
Sorry, I don't have time to go into Shanks.
Emily's in there flaming Bwipo.
No, what? Anyways, sorry, Emily, we were completely derailing your point. But Shanks, good.
No, I was just saying, I've been waiting for this is a nice pop-off moment for Shanks. I've been waiting for him to get to an international for a while.
Okay, nice. We're happy that he's here. That was an absolutely phenomenal Azir game. So let's put our attention on this next game. FlyQuest is up against it, but I've seen this before. I don't necessarily despair when they are up against match point. We've got to talk about Masu a little bit as well. I think Hope got the better of him in his last game, but we're really looking at him, Azale, to rally with his team.
Absolutely, and I do think he played out these team fights very, very well. He was still able to put on quite a bit of pressure. They were good in the 2v2. You can see Masu here on camera, getting ready, rewatching some of the game, trying to decide how they want to play it out. I think they had a very difficult draft to actually execute on, but they were able to, really still push anyone's legend. So I still feel like if they can get a good, comfortable draft, I think they've got a really good shot.
And that'll be huge because they're going back on red side, right? Which means some sort of counter pick, probably for Bwipo.
Bwipo's cooking.
Potentially for Busio. We've seen them flex champions into the bot lane as well for him. So I'm curious to see what they have cooked up for us.
Me as well. We believe in them here with Masu behind us. And he's still reading those goddamn tweets. We're going to go to a break. We'll be right back.
This is Bwipo slander.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Never doubt Uzi.
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
Uzi now reigns as king.
Level up, start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go, let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you all talk, no backbone. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, then I wanna win again. You thought it was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna win, then I'm on a level 10. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching when you rise to the test. Let's go. Welcome to the main event. Welcome to the main event. Welcome to the main event.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. In the dark and
AL don't really have much vision here. There's control ward in as Busio goes in. There's the Unbreakable. Glacial Fissure hits only onto the back line. Whipper looking for the Beast. Kyle flashing out and Inspired's already down, so the resets are not on the menu here for FlyQuest. Whipper looking for the knockup. He won't land it, but he will sacrifice his life to keep Masu alive. Hope with a triple, and it is extinguished for FlyQuest. Well, here we go into game 4. FlyQuest fought valiantly in game 3, but were unable to come up with the goods. AL 1 game away from a date with the LCK against Gen.G. What a matchup that will be if we get there. Obviously, FlyQuest looking to stop them in their tracks and take us all the way to game 5.
Yeah, and I think I underestimated that comp. You know, when I saw it at the beginning, I was like, oh man, I think these fights are going to be hard to win. But FlyQuest actually, you know, they gave themselves some angles there, and the burst potential was on display. It was just really good play from AL and Shank specifically. This guy, he farmed up so well in the beginning. You know, we're tracking his CS, keeping his CS really good on the Azir, constantly keeping his resources high. The team rotating him over really nicely to those waves. And then in those clutch team fights, he did come up huge for them.
He really did that quadra kill, almost getting the penta as well, Bwipo chasing him down. Great stuff from Shanks. We did wonder how he would perform at his first international tournament, and it's taken him a couple of games to get into it, but it feels like he is finding the form that we saw from him in the LPL proper. Now, AL back onto the blue side. FlyQuest elected to go onto red. That's our first question answered. The second question that we have to ask is, what is going to be let through the draft? Ezreal banned from FlyQuest themselves, alongside the Annie, Cassio and Renekton still on the bench, as AL have been relegating them there pretty much every game.
Okay, so the Ezreal ban here, banning away some of the safety carries really early on. Maybe they want to go with a like full send dive sort of comp or something here.
Kai'Sa's still available, if I remember correctly. MF as well. Lady carry we haven't seen yet this draft, this series. Sorry, there's the MF banned away by anyone's legend. So where will FlyQuest decide that they need to utilize their final ban? Who knows?
Yeah, see if it is, you know, focus more towards that Kai'Sa. Because the Kai'Sa definitely rising quite a lot in priority. There's a lot of things still available that work well with it. The Nautilus was not used early on in this series. So as far as those engaged supports do go, the Nautilus and the Leona very high, and there it is. Yeah, they don't want to leave that one hanging either, Medic.
It makes sense. A big focus on those AD carries getting banned away. Lucian, though, available, something we've seen banned a couple of times by AL away from Masu. But AL will get their hands on it this game. I don't think we've seen Hope on it this split at all. So obviously something he'll be comfortable on. Lots of AD carriers. Oh, he's got 3 games on it. I was just overlooking him between the Jinx and the Ziggs. FlyQuest, you gonna go for Elise? I think not. I think Nautilus perhaps is slightly more up your alley for this series.
Yeah, because you really need something to pin this Lucian down. Lucian, really big strengths, of course, are rotating in the mid lane and having the culling poke, but also so mobile there. So having Nautilus point and click CC, definitely a very quick grab in this one, especially since Braum was already used, so that Braum counter answer isn't going to be there. Of course, Leona is that option. And they go for the Ziggs, which is a really good pairing, you know, with Nautilus on the bot side, but definitely still can be a flex pick for the team.
It also opens up the idea of AD mids, which is something we haven't seen a lot in this series. And Yone is the pick that I always think about when I go towards AD mids. Neither of these mid laners really playing it too much. I think Shanks has 4 games on it and Quad has 1. But we haven't seen it banned, we haven't seen it picked. Obviously, neither team prioritizing it that much. When you have an AP bot laner, getting some mixed damage across the rest of the map makes sense.
So do they want... Bwipo has played a lot of counters into Mbessa, so they don't have to pick his counter now, but he really has, you know, the volley bearer and a lot of very different things into it, so... Poppy value, Poppy value.
Leona, Lucian, and Mbessa. I am vibing with a Poppy right now.
Poppy value is really high.
Okay, you're not Sniper. Come on, give us a Poppy. Lee Sin obviously does have a lot of ability to be a playmaker. We've only seen it from Canyon so far here at MSI, but he absolutely schooled G2 on it yesterday. Don't think we've seen it from Inspired. Oh, we saw it once this spring. Once.
Yeah, and he is a very good Lee Sin here and can go for some extra burst damage with this combo too. You definitely are looking at trying to get that other AD jungle, and so now you have to think Tarzan's going to have to soak a lot of bans with jungle getting kind of shallow here. So stealing away this Lee Sin, what are they most worried about as far as pick? Okay, so Nocturne, side lane pressure here. Good little safety one.
You think about AP jungle at all, or do you think it's fine? You just pick an AP mid laner and then you can do a traditional AD jungler here for AL? Because we have seen Tarzan on things like the Lilia. Maokai still available as well, although that's kind of fallen out of priority for a lot of people. But you can go Liandry's into Bloodletter's Curse and have a good amount of magic damage.
Yeah, definitely still an option. You know, the Nidalee always an option too.
True.
And they do have the Leona for like primary engage, so.
We'll see where they decide to go. FlyQuest got rid of the Nocturne. Hui taken away by AL. FlyQuest likely looking towards a Tarzan ban once again. And
there's another one of the ADs.
Okay. Little bit of respect there to
I mean, the
Tarzan.
way he got here with that Zed play, that is definitely deserved. Meanwhile, what are we worried about here for Quad in the mid lane? I mean, they already were not, you know, taking down any of the other AD mid laners that were up, so they're not too worried about it.
I mean, the Smolder ban kind of, it's an AD bot laner, can also be played mid, although we see it much more down towards that bottom lane. It's that flexibility of the Ziggs that you were talking about before.
Yeah, they could. So they could do with Smolder ban, I mean, maybe like a Yone and an AP jungle that you were floating around if they go.
Well, you have the Lee now, right? So you'd want AP top or AP mid, assuming the Lee is going jungle. I'm
talking about from AL's perspective.
You're talking from that makes sense.
AL's perspective could go, because they're the ones that ban the Smolder, so they could go the Yone and then go for solo AP for Tarzan. The Shen here comes out. Okay, the taunt damage got nerfed a little bit, but still very good.
It's tricky.
Playing around with it. They have so many options here. I mean, Mbessa plus Aurora puts so much pressure on flanks. And since Leona here from such long range can kind of pinpoint with that ultimate, nice bit of pressure here from AL.
Yeah, those team fights, like the ability to get onto the backline from AL is absolutely massive. It looks like they might be going for the Poppy themselves. They know they have enough damage with Aurora, Lucian, and the Ambessa. Poppy gives you a bit more utility, stops the Lee Sin obviously in its tracks, stops the Shen, stops the Nautilus from hooking in. It can be a very strong pick, and it is locked in here for Tarzan.
Man, Poppy's so good too, just for the objective fights. You know, popping people out here, but final answer for Quad into the undefeated this year for Shanks Aurora pick. This Aurora pick has been flexed between Flandre and Shanks, both of them. This year have been undefeated on it, both of them, with 5-0 score lines for it, and Shanks is going to be the one piloting it this time around, so has been such a successful pick for them.
Speaking of eclectic picks, it's the Shen for Bwipo in the top lane. 3-8 on it all time. Hasn't won on it since Worlds 2019. So it's been a while since we have seen him win on this. Been a while since, obviously, he's not picking it that frequently either. 12 games across his history as a player. It's not too often. For FlyQuest, though, it's do or die. Need to win this game to take us to that game 5. Obviously, if they lose, they will still play against G2 in the lower bracket, which is a matchup I'm pretty sure we all want to see. For AL, they're looking for a date with the LCK. Genji Lai waiting for the winner of this series. For non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds as the coaches go back to their ready rooms and the players prepare to take on Summoner's Rift.
All right, Bwipo Shen, here we go. Let's see how much of a factor that Stand United will be in this game. Because AL, they do have strong side lane picks for their solo lanes, strong flanking angles to look for. FlyQuest, do they have enough to push us to a game number 5?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Question that rings through the Pacific Coliseum right now. Or is it just a repeat of yesterday? On the West, bested 3-1. Just as G2 were bested 3-1 after winning game 1 against Genji. Hope running the cleanse here on the Lucian. We don't see an unsealed spellbook from Kyle, whereas Busio is running one on this Nautilus. Triple TP plus a Nautilus TP is a scary proposition for AL when it comes to looking to play around ganks, because obviously those teleports can quickly react, and FlyQuest have a number of them at their disposal.
Also a surprising amount of burst damage in Zig's Nautilus lane, so see if they do get any action towards the bottom lane early on. Whippo moves up, okay, for the top side war here on blue prompt to see Tarzan's pathing.
And they will know that he's starting towards this top side and pathing down towards bot. Inspired's going to start on his Razorbeaks, the Tempest Cripple. That E really powerful at clearing the multi-camps. And so on the Lee, you want to get through those first. Shanks and Quad just going to trade early on. Double Electrocute in the mid lane, both of them proccing that. And their first rotations on the wave.
Yeah, and for Aurora, it was so nice on this patch to get the extra magic resist and a little bit of extra damage on the ultimate too. So huge burst damage potential later on. But on the top side, Shen actually has really strong early levels. So Whippo can position aggressively there, go for these Q trades, try and push towards, get his grasp pox going, gets his level 2 priority over the Ambessa.
Shanks getting cryo in the mid lane as well. Twofold Hex takes Quad down to 150 HP. He'll be fine. He has a pot running, has another one in his inventory if he needs it, but already being chunked out quite a lot. Shanks is very happy with the way this lane is going.
Yeah, very good on this champion. Especially into the likes of this matchup here with the electrocute buffs as well. The burst damage looking so good. So mid lane getting pushed in here for FlyQuest. Inspired actually did the 3-camp recall clear for his extra longsword. And I want to see what he goes to try and use that extra longsword power for towards the bottom side. Because we mentioned, Ziggs and Nautilus have so much setup and a decent amount of burst damage. So he has the options of either trying to go make the play on bottom side with his, sword advantage, or maybe trying to do something towards mid, and get the flash or something if they could get some sort of setup.
I do like the play towards bot. Nautilus has 4 forms of CC in his kit, as the slow, the root, the hook, and then the knocker from the depth charge. Obviously, it doesn't have that yet, but you just have so many opportunities to catch people out if that Nautilus can get on top of someone. Obviously, the Ziggs damage scales really well with items, as most AP champions do.
Position away from the wall there, so
still going to get the knock up. Scourge line coming out onto Tarzan, Kyle, and the corner. Zenith Blade doesn't connect as Quad is forced out of the mid lane. Kyle stepping forward, Hope coming in from the side as well, as they look for the Shield of Daybreak, can't land it. Kyle will just oracles, and they'll clear out the vision. The Scuttle Crab secured for Tarzan. He might just path straight up towards the top side one as well, as held onto his smite through this.
Yeah, mid lane priority really being the determining factor there. Shanks has the inside route, and since Quad was down his health potion, they have to cede the fight. Early kind of little skirmish there was fairly even, but mid prio determines everything for those types of things, and Quad is already hurting here. So the CS deficit going to be a bit rough for this Ahri.
But there's a CS lead for Whippo on the top side, 10 farm ahead right there. We'll say Hope is having a bit of a whale of a time down towards the bottom lane right now. 11 CS up, depending on what time you look at that scoreboard. Obviously, the Zig's much better when you can get that lost chapter, have a little bit of mana to just push through the wave. Masu knocked in there. I can only assume he went in with the satchel and he's dead for it. Pop the flash as well.
Yeah, we got the pan over on the camera as he was jumping in.
Yeah. Maybe just thought he could kill off Kyle, but he's going to lose the wave and lose his life alongside it. Does have the TP, so can TP down there now. Inspired's looking up towards the top side as we see Tarzan shadowing around mid. Was spotted on vision. Good flash away from Flandre there. Whippo setting up for the taunt flash combo.
Yeah, exactly. Nice reaction speeds there. I kind of want to see, like you said, the beginning of the bottom side play though, because AL, they have pushed mid and on bottom side. Let's take a look. Kyle from Brush. Oh, he wanted to satchel but him off of him, and the positioning was just...
Yeah, one of those. The Shield of Daybreak just comes in right at the right moment. Public execution from Flandre here. Whippo will get the taunt off. Flandre not going to tower dive Whippo, so in the end, in exchange of an ultimate for some of Whippo's health bar, but nothing much more. Whippo still has the TP as well. Flandre will get the wave shoved in. Whippo's actually going to stay around, hit 6 now, and has that stand united.
All right, maybe that can be the play then for FlyQuest. They're looking on the bottom side again. The opening here, so good for AL. Hope with that money.
Busio flashes, Hope dashes. And the connection is not made for FlyQuest. Satchel charge down onto Hope, but Kyle body blocking for his AD carry.
Yeah, good angle on that flash there. Hope hugging the wall, so nothing can bend around there. Yeah,
it's tricky for FlyQuest because obviously trying to get Inspired into a good position. Has the pickaxe, Tarzan coming across now, but as soon as Tarzan's there, it's a little bit trickier for Inspired to really play. Hope trading with Master down towards the bottom side. The Satchel Charge is going to knock him back. BCO looking for Hook. The barrier onto a Stand United, in fact, onto Master, but he's down, and the Shen can't join yet. Inspired looking at the damage towards the top side. Will kill off Tarzan, and now can chase onto Hope. He's done with the Shield of Daybreak. Hope lenses away, and Inspired flashes. Inspired stepping back, wants a little bit more of the action, but can't find the Sonic Wave. And in the end, it's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of FlyQuest.
Whoa, the scrapping continues. They just force it on the bottom side. Even after, Busio goes for the flash play and Hope is able to hug the wall, stay safe. They just continue to force to really create something there. The extra kill going over, Inspired doing work over on the Poppy on the opposite side and getting that flash down, plus getting to his level 6 here. Inspired has always been so critical for this FlyQuest team, and he sits around in the brush. The Scryer's bloom that got popped over did see, and so Inspired brush camp pays off, as you see on the top side, getting big chunks of damage onto Tarzan, who still wanted to come in because the other side of the fight between Hope is going so close with Masu. But it allows Inspired there to wait out the W, then go for his Q, gets the kill in addition to the flash. It's still so close there as he barely flashes away. So this bottom side skirmish, just picture for picture there, so close.
On a knife edge between the two of them. Meanwhile, rest of the map relatively even as well. Hope does have a 500 gold lead over Masu because obviously he picked up that kill. Busio and Inspired picked up the kills for FlyQuest, and Masu has been forced just into a little bit more of a defensive position in the spot lane. Has the Lost Chapter now though, so he can just push out the wave whenever he wants to. I wonder if we'll see Hope move up towards the mid lane and put Shanks down towards that bottom side. Does have the TP coming back off cooldown relatively soon. FlyQuest playing around the mid lane vision. The Grubs once again secured for anyone's legend. They can get a side laner in a strong position. This Ambessa, obviously the most obvious target for that. It'll be hard for FlyQuest to stop the push from coming out.
Yeah, it's going to try and get something for themselves during that time. So with the move over into priority on red buff, they at least steal away that. Tarzan will be very happy though with his Grub pack for AL later on. Of course, later when the Ambessa and the Aurora are out to the sidelines. And that Aurora that we highlighted here, Shanks starting off to another good game. Because last game on the Azir,
1,200 damage a minute. That is absurd. Obviously helps when you're playing 5v5 teamfights later on the Azir, but Shanks having an absolute blinder there in game 3. Drake secured though for FlyQuest. Will have their first on the board 4 minutes earlier. And we saw one taken in game 3. It's a Chemdrake next as well, which means we won't get that soul. Bripper going in, pots the Spirit's Refuge. As Flandre tries to trade back, but difficult to do that when you like to auto attack and the enemy is stopping you from getting any damage down with your autos.
Yep, scaling up there in the side lane for the Ambessa. We'll see if they can actually make one of those big Stand United plays with it coming back off cooldown in a few seconds here. But the summoner spells have come back off of cooldown for those carries on the bottom side of the map, so a lot more safety, a lot more mobility there. And it is just going to be the Scuttle Crab for now.
Blood will be able to take that. Shanks with a push in mid. Seems like he's just going to back away off that. Does have the TP back up. Hope continues just to catch the waves in bot, and feels like both teams are willing just to ping-pong these waves back and forth for now. There's nothing really to play over or play around on the map. You know, you've got 4.5 minutes on a Rift Herald, you have 4 minutes on a Drake. Just get towards those first items as quickly as you can.
Yeah, waiting on that cooldown as well for the teleport for Bwipo. It feels so much better once you have your teleport cooldown ready to go for a Stand United play, so you know you can actually get back and not give up too much.
The good thing for FlyQuest is if Bwipo did go for a Stand United play, Masu or Quad can TP up there, so you can just shift, basically, right? Bwipo Stand United's bot lane, Masu then TPs up to top, or Masu catches mid, and Quad goes up towards the top side, right? Who has just finished his Rod of Ages. Luden's now as well for Masu, so first items starting to be completed. Shanks has gone double haunting guys, which the multiple mask build is one we have seen around. Doesn't always go as effectively as you'd like it to, but does give you big damage amp in those early fights.
Yeah, it gains so much. Wait, hit it with Quad though.
Quad, Kyle flashes forward, the stun into the wall. Quad just walk back into the bush. The knockup from Inspire coming out as well as he looks for the chase onto Tarzan. Kyle goes back in, the Mega in front of him, going to do a lot of work. Inspire though dies even after flashing. Shanks with a double. The chase continues onto Bucio as Hope looks for him. The piercing light enough. Shanks takes a triple. And AL win out the fight.
Oh man, we ran the Shanks graphic too early. Now he's got a triple kill under his belt. The Aurora burst damage is gonna be insane. And I was just gonna say, yeah, the double mass build got so much popularity when they buffed up the Bloodletter's Curse, but here's another look at it as Tarzan and Shanks, because there was no minion wave there.
They're not seen.
Yeah, they were not seen. And so Quad goes back in because they think they're starting their own play with Inspired and Bucio rotating here first, but AL were there first. So that's why they get the big advantage. Then still, a lot of big AoE comes through from the Ziggs, but the flash away from Inspire does not let him live. They had vision there for AL, the ward over the side. And they still get their kill and they get their chase down, and all three going into Shanks' pockets. He wants to make that Aurora 6-0 on the year.
Just buy more masks, man. Obviously working out for you so far. 1,000 gold lead now for him. Flandre as well, getting a bit of gold for himself. The Stand United was used in that play. Didn't quite see who it was on from Bwipo, but unable to save their lives. As Shanks now with quite a lot of gold from those kills, almost 1,000 at the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a very rich Aurora. And Aurora becomes a big problem because you get your push on your side lane and then threaten these flanks so effectively. So have to keep up, you know, vision here to see about any of those rotations over. And we'll see what they can do to try and put a stop to that.
Goes in with the Shadow Dash. Tarzan does eat a bit of his health, but should be fine just to clear out this vision. Next Drake up in a minute's time. AL will be very happy to fight over it now that they're starting to get towards those first completed items. Tarzan's Sundered Sky, Eclipse complete for Flandre, Essence Reaver complete for Hope as well, who, although it hasn't been the focus in the same way that Shanks is still in a really strong position. By 800 gold ahead, has a 20 CS lead. It's been involved in 4 of the 5 kills for the team. Like, our eyes will be on Shanks, but if Hope is untouched, you still die, even if you kill Shanks.
Yep, has his cleanse as well in the game, so has the extra confidence to play aggressively. Let's see about that pincer move from the team. Plus, I mean, man, the Dark Seal at 6 stacks, also huge value there for Shanks, so the power for this dragon is unreal. Looks like they're going to drop the control ward here and set up, though.
Mid lane push for Hope is his key focus. Fast automation spotted, Inspired, and Bucio in this bush. Tarzan coming in from the wings as well. Has the Keeper's Verdict. Talked already about how much that can change an objective play. Bucio with a good hook, but the Solar Flare's going to land a double stun. Steadfast Peasant coming out, the Keeper's Verdict as well. Bucio already down with culling. Masu now chased out by Kyle and Hope. Tarzan looking for the flank position here. Will get the knock into the wall. The hammer shot, the Steadfast, the Stand United, in fact, onto Masu is not enough to keep him alive. Inspired, though, can begin to open up. Quad going in with the Spirit Rush. The public execution catches Inspired. And we said you got to watch Shanks in these fights. He wasn't even involved for AL.
Yeah, it was the 3-person move from mid lane. They just go straight into the river. They force it through onto Bucio and blow up the Nautilus. Leona ultimate used, pop him down, and now just teleport right back out to the top side. They clean up that extra wave because Bwipo, after his Stand United target just died, decided, you know what, I'm not coming, even though Flandre is going to join with his teleport. So they just make the switch and send Shanks back up to clean up that minion wave instead.
I feel like it's actually a window for FlyQuest to sneak the Drake away really quickly afterwards. So have another look at this fight. It's Kyle initiating alongside Tarzan and Hope.
Yeah, again, right out of that mid lane brush, really effective, and then able to lock him up with the stun, even though Inspired went for the kickback, only getting Kyle over the edge. The burst damage is there for AL, and then Tarzan on the inside route. Even with that through, they just kill off the target through the extra shield. Quad comes over and they try and salvage something, but since Flandre then had Bwipo pushed under tower, he goes for the teleport.
Joins up the fight. Busio stepping a little bit far forward. Severos Preston's going to get the knock-up onto Inspired. Solar Flare there for the follow-up. Inspired trying to dash away. Kicks back Kyle, but can't take the taxi to safety. Busio now being chased out by Tarzan and Shanks is on a rampage. This Aurora, so difficult to deal with. The Shadow Dash coming out for the taunt from Bwipo. Looking at the damage on the Shank Keeper's verdict. Knocks Bwipo back. He's guilty. Flash forward from Tarzan. Flandre's here for a little piece of the action as well. 11-5 now for AL.
Oh, the skirmishes in the river here for AL just have been outstanding. They crush another one. Bwipo's here this time around. And he gets it. He at least got the crab with his Titanic.
Hope we'll be able to take the first tower of the game up towards this top side. We'll get the feats of strength over to AL as well. With those upgraded booties, but nice little steal there from Bwipo at the end. We'll have another look at this. Busio just taking a greedy path, let's be honest.
Yeah, these fights here through the jungle, Tarzan was lying in wait in the brush. So just as he comes over towards the wall, they get the burst damage. And then with Shanks there, they've got plenty to finish it off. They finish up that extra kill, chase down Busio, and then look at the mini-map as Bwipo had actually come over this time, used his teleport and has his Titanic, so trying to salvage something from it, but Tarzan's like, you know what? I'll just eject you from the area and then go for the flash play onto the corner against Masu.
Very happy faces all around from AL. Inspired jumping onto Flandre here. TP coming out as well. It's Quad joining the battle. Flandre forced back underneath this tower. Flash kick into the charm. Perfectly coordinated from FlyQuest to find a shutdown.
Nice play there. Inspired goes and finds it. They get the combo, as you say, kind of hands over the shutdown kill. Trying to breathe some hope there for FlyQuest and trying to turn it into an objective afterwards as well. They should be able to do so.
Will be the second dragon of the game for FlyQuest. Is exchanged for a Riptail from Tarzan. The goal between Shanks and Quad now down below a K, only 600. But Hope has been the true beneficiary of the last few minutes. 2K the lead now he has over Masu. The Flicker Blades and the Essence Reaver complete as the hook goes in from Busio. Looking for Kyle. Zenith Blade wide. Inspired dashes back with the Safeguard. Solar Flare will get the stun onto Masu, but he was able to satchel charge away. Inspired jumps back with the Safeguard. Riptail charges in as Bwipo goes deep. Zenith Blade onto him. Kyle, the Sonic Wave hits, and the Mega Inferno Bomb is enough to kill off the Leona. The Riptail will continue to pound away on this tower until FlyQuest eventually kill it off. Shanks going in. Bwipo dashes across the wall. Shanks doesn't have a huge amount of mana, so doesn't want to continue this trading anymore.
FlyQuest here continuing to try and fight back and chop down a bit on that gold lead. Are able to get one for themselves, put a stop to this duo. Kyle and Tarzan that have just been menaces in here through the river, playing so well together as the jungle and support, and FlyQuest now biting back.
You look at the synergy between Tarzan and Kyle as well. 1-2-8, 1-3-8. They kill together, they die together, they get assists together. Overall, great synergy.
FlyQuest chants erupt through the crowd, trying to rally here as they start to chop down a little on that gold lead.
They've shown fight throughout the series. Game 1 and Game 3, key examples of that. Question is, with a 2,000 gold lead, can FlyQuest find a way back against AL here? Next Drake in 3.5 minutes. Artican up in 10. It's in the bot side of the map this game. Shanks now finishes Bloodletter's Curse on this Aurora as well.
Yep. That's that double mass build in full effect. Pretty big spike. Looks like he refunded it a little bit there.
Did he undo it? Looks like it. Went for a Fiendish Codex instead. Okay. Maybe feeling he doesn't need the Bloodletter's Curse yet.
Merc treads. Wants to avoid getting locked up. And again, still has so many stacks because of the Dark Seal here, so much AP there. So it feels like he has enough threat.
Where are FlyQuest looking? Currently, for a pick down towards this bottom side, there's no tier 1 here to defend Shanks. Kaya will get a little bit of vision in. Inspired spotted, as is Masu, as they path towards top.
And Blippo with the slight experience lead there, though no Stand United available, so it would have to be teleports if they wanted to answer. And for that, you have to get really far out of range of Flandre, since Flandre can interrupt it with his own ulti. So they would have to back off, and that's why he's walking down the river right now. FlyQuest looking for something.
Quad has 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages and the Leandries. The hook's going to go in from Busio. Kyle knocked back as well. TP coming in from Shanks, looking for that flank that we talked about so much. Whippo, the first target. Tarzan will slam him into the wall between worlds. Go Shanks and onto the back line. Go anyone's legends. 2 more kills over to the LPL #1 seeds. As FlyQuest lick their wounds, try and gain control over this mid wave. The Artakan will be begun by Tarzan and by Hope. I don't think AL really need to send anyone else over there to secure it.
Yeah, FlyQuest were trying to find their pick there, but AL, the counter was made possible by Flandre's Poppy ultimate. Big ejection there meant that Whippo was alone when the teleport arrived, and now down to that bottom side of the map that you're talking about. They should be able to finish it off in time before FlyQuest can actually make their way through, but they go for the pick.
It goes in for the kick onto Shanks, but he still has the flash and gets away. Quad with the charm onto Tarzan, has another Spirit Rush, but no real follow-up after it. Mega Inferno Bomb, Inspired jumps onto Tarzan. The Stand United coming out as well as Boomer joins the fray. Tarzan with the steadfast presence, Inspired can't get on, but FlyQuest continues to fight. Hope dashing away into the vision out of range for Whippo. Hope comes back in, and Busio will fall as well. For a moment, it looked superb for FlyQuest, but AL were having none of it.
Yeah, the idea there from FlyQuest is that when Blippo comes back up, he's got a second at most on his Stand United. So when he arrives, they want to try and make the play a little bit long here while Otacon was being taken. But even with that burst damage, not quite able to finish off their kill onto Kyle. Then Masu flashes over, he gets that one. But still, it's just so much damage done from Hope, dashing away. The Lucian that you mentioned early on, able to survive this one and finish it off. So AL remain with 3 members after the fight. FlyQuest were kind of sending that one to try and pull the game back, make use of the Stand United and draw out the play. But AL with another counter.
And we were talking about it earlier. It's like, yes, you can kill Shanks, but if Hope's still alive, you're just dead. Importantly for FlyQuest, though, Masu picked up 2 big kills in that fight, including a shutdown onto Shanks. So he will be accelerating in terms of where he was gold-wise. Vision cleared out here by FlyQuest around this Drake would be sole point for them. Inspired goes in. Tarzan very deep, but Shanks comes between worlds across the wall. Death Charge going out. Quad with the chase. Inspired jumps across the wall as well, but they can't land anything onto this Aurora. Inspired's going to have to try and jump away. Lands the Sonic Wave, but there's not much follow-up. Quad jumping away towards the top side, but Busio's already down, and AL have massive health bars to work with. Quad underneath the tower should be able to survive, but should just be the dragon over to anyone's legend. Masu still getting chased down. Hope with the culling, and Masu is culled. AL get 3 out of the exchange, and they might not even turn their eyes towards the Drake. It looks like they're going to push through 2 lanes.
Now it looks like the #1 seed from the LPL closing in on FlyQuest territory after that last fight, just ballooning the gold lead here, and the power of the Otacon exploding here with all the extra flowers and the on-death effect. They can start to deny the Dragons now with this much of a gold lead and the powerful solo lane champions we were talking about. Now they can begin to really control the map.
Yeah, it's such an explosion, and you understand why FlyQuest forced the way they did. Like, it makes perfect sense. They were falling behind in the game. There were a couple of moments where it's like, well, maybe around the Atacama we can fight, maybe around this Drake we can fight, but because AL then win out on those exchanges, it's gold leads across the board. It's blue, 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 down towards the bottom side. 3,000 gold lead for Hope, and even Flandre, who was struggling early into Whippo, is now 2K ahead.
Yep, now the lead's all on the sides of AL. Huge, huge advantage. And the setup for Baron is dangerous because AL have so many pick tools that they can just turn off and turn on FlyQuest ever so quickly. So FlyQuest have to be so careful when trying to keep up vision. They're looking for one of the miracle setups now. Try and find some sort of skirmish to get back into this game. That's kind of your only hope at the moment. So they're doing a little trailing play at the moment. As you see, the Ahri was going behind Whippo, but as Flandre just backs off, they have to call off on that one.
AL investing their resources on gaining control of this top side. You can see Tarzan over by the red buff right now. They have vision over there as well. Mega Inferno Bomb invested to see if this Baron was even being done by AL. Have a couple of fast alterations on FlyQuest's side. Inspired looking for the flank here himself. Who are you going for? Hope doesn't have the flash, does have the cleanse. Kyle, pretty tanky. As Hope dashes away, the tower falls.
Teleport comes in. Here's the flank from Aurora.
It's Shanks on the flank. Quad tries to go in, but the charm's only going to land on Kyle. Hope with a depth charge on him. Quad chasing over with the Spirit Rush as well. Inspired looking for the kickback. Hope dashing away, and Inspired will secure the kill. Meanwhile, on the top side of the fight, Whippo's keeping Flandre at bay as Tarzan jumps back in. Inspired down. Shanks here to join the party, untouched so far. Flandre should be able to kill off Whippo as the Ambessa wins out against the Shen. Busio falls as well. And yes, you killed Hope, but it still reigns eternal for AL.
Their flank wards left out on the map. They get their teleports in, and they delete FlyQuest. They will also delete that Baron and look to push and end the game.
Yeah, the take will be a little bit slower than AL would like. Hope being dead means their DPS isn't quite as high as it could be, but with 2.5 minutes on the next Drake, AL, I mean, you could wait for 4 seconds here if you're AL.
Yeah,
yep, they're going to do it. They'll wait for Hope to spawn. It looks like the overlay 2 seconds delayed there as Hope was alive, I believe, when that Baron was taken. So let's have another look at this fight, because you can see what FlyQuest are trying to do. As soon as TP comes in, it's like, okay, turn, turn, turn.
Yeah, exactly. FlyQuest trying to get the objective bounty first, and then it was just a snapshot here from AL. Flanks come in very quickly. Shanks was the first one to teleport in. He just deleted Masu. Down the other side, FlyQuest were trying to get something back for themselves, but as soon as Flandre also channeled his teleport, they just closed the trap shut. Yeah, he's like, oh man, the Aurora flank comes in, just deletes me immediately.
I'm just dead in that sort of situation. At the moment, FlyQuest don't really have anyone playing on the mid lane wave. Quad is now spotted on this vision. Hope was on the inhibitor tower. Kyle keeping Inspired busy as Quad spots the Spirit Rush. Whippo looking to engage as well. Tarzan can't quite land the stun. Kyle falling low, then played into Solar Flare, but the satchel out means that Shanks is now on the back line. Flandre jumping in as well. Shanks able to dash away. Quad having to flash himself. Busio forced low down towards the bottom side. Tarzan looking for the chase. Will land the stun into the wall. The follow-up not coming out from the rest of AL. They will knock down this inhibitor tower though, as FlyQuest continue to defend.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, to be able to get a kill for FlyQuest is probably the best scenario there, so at least they do get one back, but with the Baron buff, with the giant gold lead, it's still going to be AL. Taking your jungle resources as well. Dragon will be spawning. It's not a very, impactful dragon, but still should be able to immediately reset and go over there. FlyQuest here, right back out to it, even though they have this 9,000 gold deficit they need to try and cut down from. That's got to be the angle here. If you can get some sort of vision advantage here, they're looking to try and pick somebody off.
I mean, a good inspired flank, like flash kick, works really well. You've got the charm follow-up, you've got Busio's hook for follow-up. You can just assassinate one person.
Problem is, Kyle is back up and he has rejoined the team. So AL stand 5 strong.
Quad looking for that flank public execution going in. The charm lands onto Shanks and delays enough, it feels here for Quad. Flandre looking for the chase. Shanks coming in from the side as well. The rest of FlyQuest, well, there's the Stand United. I was going to say they've left Quad out to dry, but the Stand United didn't really do much. Whippo jumped on by Tarzan as Kyle goes across the wall as well with the Zenith Blade. Good double knock with the Keeper's Verdict. Inspired dashes in, knocks back Hope, and Hope is down. Hope is dead, but perhaps reignited for FlyQuest as Kyle is low as well. Flandre with a good flank position. Matsu caught out. Tarzan will kill off Inspired with the help of Shanks. And for a moment it looked bright for FlyQuest, but AL still 4 members strong. Only Whippo and Busio left to defend.
And they're going to have a tough time of it just being 2 tanks here. So AL, they run straight through these towers, straight through these inhibitors with the Baron buff. the onslaught continues.
Baron just expiring here, maybe enough for FlyQuest to hold on to the game. That was a Baron up cannon minion. I think it may have spelt the demise of FlyQuest's hopes in this series, but for now they'll hold on. Still 12,000 gold in the hole. The Dragon's still available for AL. At first they'll take away everything they can from this FlyQuest jungle.
And if we look back at this series, AL have done a lot of different things. In the second game, they utilized, split pushing really well. Flandre just basically solo bolos. And then in the second game, all about their 5-on-5 team fight. Shanks farming up, carrying with the Azir. And now in this game, the skirmishes in the early river with a lot of early movements from Kyle and Tarzan. Very nice versatility shown by the LPL #1 seed in this series. FlyQuest as well, fighting very valiantly, trying to craft their style. Game #1, very, very good for them.
I think game #1 and game #3 are the two games from FlyQuest that inspired me the most. I think game #3, maybe we underestimated their draft and the damage output from it, but I really felt like they were in a big hole in that game and then were able to fight back and get really close. It's like a couple of milliseconds between them winning those fights and them losing those fights. They have tenacity, and that is always inspiring to see. Gone are the days of roll over and die versus the LCK and the LPL. For now, that tenacity needs to find roots somewhere for FlyQuest as they are very much on the ropes. AL going to push through this top side. Mid inhib and bot inhib still 3 minutes away from respawning for FlyQuest.
Here it is. It's going to have to be the FlyQuest miracle. Can they dig deep? Down so far in gold. And AL knocking on the door.
Quad looking to see perhaps if he can catch out Flandre, but everyone on AL so tanky now that FlyQuest don't really have an easy avenue to approach. Quad, public execution goes in. There's the steadfast presence into the solar flame, into the keeper's verdict, into Quad dashing away, but Inspired and Bwipo are just gone. They no longer exist on the mortal plane, and nor do the rest of FlyQuest. AL have paved their way to the LCK on the bones of the LTA. A matchup with Genji awaits, and FlyQuest will have to settle for G2.
AL close it out in style. Nice snowball from them. Flandre too at the end just sees Quad, goes immediately for it, starts it out so they can just steamroll over.
That was great, just decisive stuff. It looked a little bit too deep at the start, but then Inspired and Bwipo just went pop. Great performance all round from anyone's legend. Credit to them, their first international best of 5 as an organization, and the first as well for Shanks and for Kyle. For FlyQuest, some good signs, some promising signs. I think the matchup versus G2 is one that we all await with bated breath. I think FlyQuest probably coming into it as favorites as well at the moment.
Definitely going to be some fun matchups later on. You mentioned LCK #1 versus LPL #1.
That's going to be a banger, man.
EU versus NA. We've got a lot of fun in store for us.
That we have. For FlyQuest, though, obviously disappointing on the day, especially after that game 1. It looked like they really had a good handle on things, a good handle on how they wanted to draft as well. You can see Genji versus anyone's legend now locked in for the 4th of July. G2 versus FlyQuest on the 4th of July. I feel like that's slightly biased scheduling. Like, you're going to put it on Independence Day when it's EU versus NA. Before that, obviously, we have the 2 series happening tomorrow as well, which I'm very much looking forward to. But the Game 5 post-game breakdown, a little bit more anyone's legend favored than an NA fan would want.
Yeah, definitely big damage numbers from them. Constantly scrapping here in this game. FlyQuest as well, they were trying to continue to fight them out to try and get their way out of it, but kept on digging the hole deeper and deeper.
But you understand why they were trying to fight it out. Right? They had good pick. If you can catch out Hope, if you can catch out Shanks, it can work. But the problem became is just there's 3 damage dealers on the enemy team. And it's like, well, yes, we can kill Hope, but then Shanks destroys us. And if we kill Shanks, then Flandre destroys us. And the Poppy, I think, as well, was just a really good pick. Like, the Steadfast Presence giving you so much power in those team fights.
Yeah, certainly did. Very, very big game from Tarzan on the Poppy. As you say, big ultimates, also just big combos. Every wall, it felt like he was getting someone just close enough, gets the stun, gets the combo. Looks like we may be ready, though, with Lore on stage. Take it away.
I am here on stage with victorious Tarzan. Thank you so much for joining me. 축하드립니다. Bonki. For winning against FlyQuest today. I'm gonna have Wendy, of course, with me for the translation. First things first, facing off against FlyQuest, we know that it's a really creative team and that Inspired is a really aggressive jungler. Is there anything that surprised you today?
首先，恭喜你们获得这场比赛的胜利。其实我们都知道，你们的对手 FlyQuest 是一个非常有创新力的一个队伍，同时他们的打野选手 Inspired 也是一直以他的进攻性而著称。所以说，想问一下，可能今天这场 BO5整个和他们打下来，他们有没有哪些方面可能使你们惊讶了一下呢？
首先我们打 FlyQuest 的话，我感觉他们是跟我们很像的一个队伍，所以我们就注意野区的碰撞吧。
I feel like facing off against FlyQuest definitely shares some similarities in us in terms of the playstyle. So we just put more attention in the jungler, maybe the skirmishers.
I see. And when you qualified to MSI, you said that from the day I joined AL, I made a promise that I would be taking responsibility for the team. Why do you feel like you have to be responsible for the team's success?
那其实记得他在选手当晋级到 MSI 之后，你在社交媒体上也有分享说，当自己加入这支 AL 的第一天以后，你就决定要承担起责任，带领队伍走得更远。所以说也想问一下，我们都知道有这样的责任感是很不容易的，你觉得你为什么要承担起这样的一个责任来带领队伍呢？
因为我很有自信吧。
It's just because I'm that confident.
That confident, all right. So carrying that confidence, you're going to face off against Genji in the next round. Is there any advice that you can share your mid laner Shanks facing off against Chovy, your former teammate?
那带着这股自信，你们也将在下一场的比赛当中直面 GNG。同时呢，你的中单选手香克斯也将面对到你的老队友 Chovy。那其实香克斯也知道他可能在国际大赛上算是一种新人嘛，所以说也想问一下，在这里要不要对他说一点什么加油打气，或者说一些建议呢？
给香
克斯，对。
虽然Chovy是一个猛的选手，但是香克斯你也是最近很猛的。
Just one sentence. Shanks, we all know Chovy is a super strong player, but Shanks, you're a strong mid laner as well.
And last question for you, Tarzan. Carrying that confidence, do you have a message for Canyon for the next match?
那下一场的打野对位也是面对到 Canyon 选手，所以说在这里要不要也对 Canyon 选手说点什么？
虽然Genji是一个很强的队友吧，但是也打我们应该会不容易的，我们会尽力打他们。
Definitely, GNG is a super strong opponent, but for them, like facing off against anyone's legend is going to be a tough task for them as well. And for us, we're going to just try our best to showcase our best performance.
It's going to be a banger for sure. Xie, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats again on defeating FlyQuest. Wendy, thank you so much. Smurfing once again. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Great to hear from Tarzan in the Verizon post-game interview. Get a little WWE vibes. It's yeah. Yeah. But he was very, of course, as always, very considerate and very respectful, but there's a little bit of fire here and there. I love it. So,
also, it's hard to trash talk Genji. I mean, come on. It's like, what are you going to say? I'm going to slam them. They suck. Like, these guys are massive tournament favorites.
So. I think so. No. No? Okay, fine. Let's crown our Uppo player of the series. It's Shanks. I mean, unbelievable Aurora, unbelievable Azir. For someone who's never set foot on the international stage, Emily, this is crazy.
Yeah, I was wondering how Shanks was going to perform today. This is his first international event. LPL enjoyers probably are like me, where we've really waited for him to have some sort of breakout international performance, going through this insane Azir escape off the back of his Quadra kill, and of course his Aurora, which I know Cast already mentioned, has been one of his strongest picks. I'm just so happy to see this performance out of him, and also how well this team supports him, because I watched Shanks for so many years on those WE teams be unable to break through, go 0-16, win only 7 games as the team splitting time with Shia. So congratulations, Shanks. You earned it.
Yeah, he played great, absolutely. And I have to echo what you were saying as well. It's the how the team plays around him that enables him. In every single one of those clips, you see his teammates enabling him. You see them protecting him on the Azir, covering those choke points. You see that Tarzan's getting these great engages to actually set up for the Aurora to take over the game. It's clear that they have faith in each other and they work so well together as a unit. And to me, that was one of the biggest differences.
And that's the strength of AL as a whole, right? Like, I think that is what ended up getting them the victory today.
It is, and I feel like I went to the cinema twice and saw the same film.
G2.
I'm just trying
we were
closer. I'm trying to trigger Isaac so hard, and I think I succeeded.
We'll see what happens in the lower bracket.
I see the vein in his forehead again. I'm scared.
For people who missed it, we're about to see the bracket, but on the 4th of July, G2 is playing FlyQuest.
FlyQuest just lost for content today, just to be able to be the ones to send G2 home in the lower bracket.
And also on July 4th, Gen G versus AL, like LPL1 versus LPL1, it's always a banger.
Bangers.
That's going to be amazing. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these two teams match up. I still think it's probably Gen G favored, but again, based on how each of them play, and in particular, AL's drafting and team coordination, I think could give Gen G some trouble.
Yeah, I actually felt like AL really outdrafted FlyQuest in a lot of the games today, which was not something that I was super expecting. I did think that they had a really good draft, against the TF game. I felt like they pretty heavily outdrafted.
The Tabe Magic.
The last game, I felt like that was, again, so hard for FlyQuest to play. The Poppy, I thought, was a giga pick. I thought they drafted really intelligently, played really well, so hopefully they can give Gen G a run for their money.
Absolutely, I really want to see it. And I think we can get into it when we see them playing next, but it's just such an interesting story to me for anyone's legend, right? Really a bit of a rags to riches, and then the X factor with Flandre and with Tarzan there, and the fact that they now have a chance as an LPL1 seed to beat Gen G. But I don't really care. G2 is playing FlyQuest also on the 4th of July. And I want to just come back to you because you said, no, it wasn't the same movie, and I think I will put my bias aside and agree with you. Tell me the things that you think were particularly good from FlyQuest in the winning moments that they did show, and the things you think they have to tackle. You just said draft.
So, I mean, I never want to be someone who just blames it all on draft. I think their drafts were fine, but hard to execute on. So I do think, I would like to see them go a little bit more towards like traditional scaling comps. I think they can be really, really successful with that. That's something that's well within their wheelhouse, especially when I think about Quad. A lot of his best picks are these kind of scaling mages. Masu, to me, is a godlike team fighter. So I'm not a big fan of picks like the Ziggs, where it is a lot more inconsistent. As far as things that they did really, really well, obviously in the game that they won, everything was working well. But I also liked, even in the Jin TF game, how they were team fighting from a really difficult position. I did think that they stayed aggressive. They continued to look for their win conditions and playing towards that, even when the games weren't going bad. As far as something I also really want to see shape up, honestly, I thought Bobo had a really bad day.
Yeah.
Even the Shen game, as well as the Mordekaiser game, he is getting counterpick, and you cannot be getting beat up by Flandre when you're getting counterpick if you expect to take down the team.
Yeah, two top laners with a chip on their shoulder in that
True.
best of 5 between
Oh, yeah.
G2 and FlyQuest. I love it. It has everything. But what we also have is a great day tomorrow. We're going to be starting earlier again at 9 p.m. CEST and 3 p.m. EDT with MKOI versus BLG.
I think EU could win that one.
You think?
I do. I feel like they have a real shot. I think that BLG, to me, is the easiest out of the LPL and LCK teams. Obviously still an incredibly strong opponent. And MKOI is looking good. I think Alioya could get an advantage in the jungle. If the team is playing like they did in playoffs, I thought they really leveled up. I feel like they have a real shot.
I say don't win game 1, and then everything can happen. And then everything can happen. We'll be back tomorrow. We've got MKOI versus BLG and CFO versus T1. See you then.
You can go in, Alan, anytime.
Looks good, looks good. Front to back here. I'm fine, okay? Watch me.
Yeah,
Big top,
yeah.
I got Talia,
Zion no
Talia.
flash, Zion no flash.
Yeah, yeah, we killed them all, okay? Slow.
FlyQuest are hungry for blood. They're chasing forward. Hope's gonna fall as well. A triple already for Quad. Tarzan flashes away, but where can you escape to? The Grand Starfall coming out. Masu looking for the chase, and Tarzan will find no mercy from FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, they've got him cornered here in the alcove, and they get the ace, which will turn into the Baron. Game number 1 here.
Inspired Bolt Breaker. Inspired's on the wrong side of this wall, and he might have to flash to get out. Kaya with the double knocker with the Pot Blossom hostile takeover hits onto no one. Hope flashing away from Masu, who's on the chase with a face call as well. And perhaps Masu and Busio have found a bit of the fight they were looking for. The Ren comes out. Masu will take down one, gets the bailout as well, but FlyQuest can't find more. Busio walking away wounded, flashes to safety. The Realm were looking to chase him as Busio thought he could fancy feed away from it, but the Rune Prison in the end is enough to kill him off. AL don't really have much vision here. There's control ward in as Busio goes in. There's the Unbreakable. Glacial Fisher hits only onto the back line. Gripper looking for the beast. Kyle flashing out, and his fire's already down, so the resets are not on the menu here for FlyQuest. Gripper looking for the knockup. He won't land it, but he will sacrifice his life to keep Masu alive. Hope with a triple, and it is extinguished for FlyQuest. Inspired goes in for the kick onto Shanks, but he still has the flash and gets away. Quad with the charm onto Tarzan. Has another Spirit Rush, but no real follow-up after it. Mega Photobomb. Inspired jumps onto Tarzan. The Standing Knight coming out as well as Boomer joins the fray. Tarzan with the steadfast presence. Inspired can't get on, but FlyQuest continues to fight. Hope dashing away into the vision out of range for Britbo. Hope comes back in, and Busio will fall as well. For a moment, it looked superb for FlyQuest, but AL were having none of it.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder. If I say it louder, can you hear me now? I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows. This is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let them know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Powerful. Powerful. Had to pay my debts, was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind. Recite the lines every time. I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows. This is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let them know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Powerful. Powerful. Had to fall so I could fly. Had to fail so I could rise. Had to break